Hello, everybody, and welcome back again to the show. It's been a week. How y'all doing? Let's see who all we got in here before we get started tonight. Let's see. Kelsey Brooke first. So you won something last week. Now you're trying to make a statement. Mm-hmm. Boost Man, what's going on, brother? Kevin Ramsey, Teresa Buchanan, Phil, what's going on? Canadian, Angela B, Rabid, Sherry Leach, KP Heathen, G Montana, welcome. I believe that's every Dusty Country Road. What's going on? I believe that's everybody so far. Jane, hello. Sweet fish sticks. What's going on? All right, so first, what is that? Macebus? Macabeus? How you say that? Maccabeus? I'm just calling you Mac. What's going on, Mac? Welcome. And there's Doc Mac. What's going on, Doc? So yeah, guys. So update. Today, or excuse me, this week has been a freaking handful. I had to put in a lot of extra hours at work. Yankee, what's going on? Doing some extracurricular stuff for the kids, and then I had to spend an entire day and most of the night in Chapel Hill. Oh my God, what a shithole that place is. I mean, oh my God. I was on campus at Chapel Hill, and I ain't never seen so many men pretending to be women in my life. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. But thank God I don't live there. But yeah, so obviously I'm a little bit behind Swamps, Terry Johnson. But I've been printing all night last night. Got up early this morning, burning screens, cleaning screens, redoing stuff. I've got like 90% of everything done. Shy of G Montana's. G Montana, I should be able to burn. I ordered some new screens. They just came in this this afternoon, so I got to clean them and burn them. So I should start printing your stuff maybe tomorrow, but more than likely it'll be Monday, Tuesday. It'll be this week when I get doing on your stuff. I'm also giving everybody a chance to go ahead and make their orders for the G Montana logo, so I can just do like one run. That's going to be a time-consuming shirt. But as far as everybody else's stuff, 90% of it is already boxed up. Shipping label's done. It's ready to go. So it'll shoot out Monday, Tuesday at the latest, but it should be Monday. I got a couple things to finish up tomorrow, but it shouldn't take too long. So I need business cards, Ghost. Everyone asking where I get my tees and hoodies. I never thought of business cards. Guess that's a good idea, I reckon. Yeah, I'll get right on that, Sherry. So if you guys have an order here with me, it is in the process of getting out as soon as possible. Plus, I had to go back and add in, the stuff that was won last week. And oh my God, I did like usually it takes 3 days to get an order of shirts in, depending on what time I order. If I order like early in the morning, it'll be like 2.5 days. If it's late at night, it's usually 3 days. But here, the last couple of weeks, it's been like 5. One of my orders took 7 days to come in. Obviously, it's because of Christmas, but it kind of throws me off. Like if if I do giveaways and people win stuff and they don't order for 2 or 3 days, then I can't order for 3 or 4 days after the stream, and then it takes 3 or 4 days to get it here. So in reality, if you guys won last week, I've just now ordered your stuff. You know what I mean? If there was stuff that I had to order, but I'm working on getting an inventory built up where I have a whole bunch of blanks. But obviously that's money. But I'm getting built up. Usually when I make an order now, I'll order 3 or 4 extra shirts of various sizes and different colors. So hopefully, every now and then somebody orders something. I'm like, yep, I got that size. I can go straight print it, boom, and it's out. quick, but it's the whole process of having to order the blanks, letting them come in, then doing it. So it takes a little while, but it is what it is. What are you going to do? But other than that, just been working. Hopefully by this time next year, um, now that I'm kind of figuring out how it works, and I'm pricing the actual professional machines, not the cheap one that I have. And don't get me wrong, it's cheap. I mean, it's the cheapest one you could possibly get, um, which means it takes me about 5 times as long to print a shirt on it than a multicolor shirt. Like say G Nano shirt with 4 colors. On my machine, it takes forever to print a shirt and to get it all lined up. But if I had an actual professional machine, I could do it in a matter of minutes and be set up and ready to go. So I've been pricing those. They come in around $1,500, $2,000. So hopefully by this time next year, I'll be able to go ahead and get the nice fancy machine that's got all the micro adjustments where I can dial everything in good, and I'll be able to really get the production out. So it's a process. I'm going slow. It is what it is. I mean, you guys know I work a full-time job teaching. This is what I do on the side. Hopefully this side hustle will be my main gig in about a year. So we'll see. I mean, I'll still teach, I'll still substitute, but I'm trying to do it to where it's not full time, where I can concentrate and just do this. Because if I could just do this, then I could advertise, I could do marketing, I could reach out to some of the bigger content creators, and I would have time to, get the shirts out there. Plus, I'm still working on learning how to do it. The computer programs alone. It's usually I spend, I see per week, like with designs and stuff. I probably usually I spend all day Saturday on the computer, designing the shirts, and then because you have to design it and get it approved by whoever asked for it. And then when they approve it, then I have to print it out on the paper, the transparency. Then it has to dry. Then I have to coat a screen, let it dry for a day. Then I have to burn the image, wash it out, let it dry. Then I can print. So it's a long process, but it's fun. Yeah, it takes a minute to do front, back, and both sleeves, especially when I don't have the specialty equipment to do it. I'm just kind of rigging it on my own, so to speak. But it's coming along pretty good. So, what do you guys say? You wanna see the new shirt design? Y'all want to see it? Well, instead of me showing you, I mean, I'll show you a picture of it, but I figured that I just it's better to see it in person, don't you think? I do. What's up, my brother? Everybody, it's Native Voice. Dun, dun, dun.
What's up, brothers and sisters?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Native, and I
Nice to meet you.
did him a new shirt today, and I do believe he's wearing it. Hang on, let me make you big screen so you can do this shirt reveal.
All right, let's do it. The Native Voice shirt. Y'all can see it. Got the side, the anarchy symbol, which is my favorite one to wear for some reason now. Not because I'm Antifa, because I believe we need a little anarchy in America right now. The custom-made feathers, man, that was the kicker right there. And then on the back, I don't know if y'all can see it.
Oh yeah.
Let your voices be heard, y'all.
Yep.
What's up, Yang? Angie B, G-Ma, Jang, good to see y'all.
So that is the new shirt, guys. It's up on the site. It's in Native's wearing a long sleeve version. I got short sleeve up there, long sleeve, and hoodie. I did them all like in the black, you know what I mean? But you can get.
I like the gun. Is that the gunmetal gray?
Yeah, that's that silver gray. I did the shirt. The colors that I have up on the site are black with that gray, and then I've got that color gray shirt with black ink, and then OD green.
Sweet. What's up, Kevin?
Terry
Hey,
Johnson.
can you put us sideways?
Can I what?
Change the view so we're both sideways instead of portrait.
Oh yeah, I wonder why in hell it happened like that. There we are. There it is.
That's what's up. I felt like I was boxed in, man.
I forgot the banner. Okay, there's the banner. And as always, guys, it's 15% off 1369. That's the code. 15% off. It's good until midnight tomorrow night. Yeah, midnight tomorrow night. And also, I'll go ahead and show you. I'll share the screen. Corn Pop had a new shirt that I did for him this week, and I'll show you guys that one if anybody's interested. And this share screen shit is a pain in the ass. They should just
What's up,
have
Andy?
one button. So,
We're going into infinity, y'all.
dun, dun, dun. Can you see it?
Let's get
All right.
sweaty.
This is Corn Pop's new shirt. It says "Sweat is just God's lubricant. Let's get sweaty."
Nice.
So that's up on the site if anybody's interested. There's Native's shirt that he's wearing right now in the short sleeve version.
Nice.
There's the long sleeve that he's wearing, and then there it is as a hoodie.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna need a hoodie, man. I'll pay for it.
That's what I was gonna preach up today, but I didn't have any blank 2X's.
I'm gonna need a freaking hoodie.
Stop sharing.
Moose Man wants a white man's version. What's that mean? Like a just a white, like black on white?
Black on white. Indy, what's going on? Rip Curl, what's up?
What's up, Rip?
Anthony Crouch, good to see you. Got a few peoples up in here.
What's up, man?
Hope I didn't miss anybody. If I missed you, I apologize. Kelsey Brooks, new member. Yeah, I checked the memberships before I started the stream. I think 10 memberships have expired tonight. So if you logged in and you were a member and your name's not green, you might want to fix that if you want to hang around for the members only portion of this stream. Because what I'll do is I just switch it over at 10 o'clock. I just go into YouTube and I just switch it from anybody to members only. It's easier than setting up 2 separate streams. So, yep. Whoa, look at Angela B throwing 10 memberships out there. Y'all better get them.
Angie B, man. Angie B is always making it rain on us, like all over our faces.
And she makes hellacious ham sandwiches. Corn Pop.
What's up, Corn Pop?
Thank you, Angela B. Man, I tell you what, guys, I am excited as shit about the rendezvous. I keep looking at the calendar, trying to figure a way to skip a month and kind of get a little bit further ahead. G Montana, what you got? I'm gonna need Native's tee and hoodie. Dang, I'm gonna go broke. I'm sorry. Yeah, that hoodie looks good. Oh, I love you too, Angela. And yep. Yeah, I'm ready for the rendezvous. And I did a poll in the community post and let everybody vote on the name because it was Carolina Rendezvous, and then I was thinking to just shorten it to the Rendezvous because we did the gathering, and it just kind of fits, 1 word, or excuse me, 2 words instead of 3. Everybody seemed to. It was 3-1 vote for just shortening it up to the Rendezvous. So now I'm working on design, trying to figure that out. But we're gonna see how that works. The design. I already do what?
We need a logo for the rendezvous, like a symbol when someone sees it, even if there's no words, to like rendezvous.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, all you guys in the chat, everybody, why don't y'all just, if you have an idea of a symbol, or even if it's like half of an idea, email it to me, and maybe I'll crunch everybody's ideas together and come up with a logo for it. But we need a logo for the rendezvous, and then the logo for the gathering. And then Papa's working on the trophy. The what do we call it? Did I tell you about that, Nave? The wood, block of wood. All right, so when I loaded up to go to the gathering, I took hey Lady Smith, I loaded up a bunch of firewood from here at the house, And there was this one piece of firewood. I kept trying to pick it up, but it was cut on like a 60-degree angle. So I'm trying, and it was sitting up flat, straight up and down, just on its edge. But the angle was huge. I kept trying to grab it, and it kept slipping out of my hand. So I kept picking up another piece of wood. Right when I was leaving, it was like in the way, and I finally reached down because I had 2 hands free, and I picked it up and threw it in the back of the truck. It was the last piece of wood I loaded up. So we go to the gathering. We're there, and we got fires burning at my spot. Cherokee had a fire going at our spot, and then I dumped out all the firewood. And then at Papa's spot, he had his firewood. We burned through all of it. So then I brought all my firewood up. So we're burning through all of it. So one of the logs that didn't make it, that I'd thrown out of the truck, that didn't make it up to Papa's fire, was that fucked up one that was on an angle. And it looked kind of like, I'm gonna draw it. It looks like that, like from the side. It was cut at a weird angle.
Gotcha.
And the day that we were leaving, got up that morning, and I'm cleaning up my campsite, and I saw that piece of wood that I threw out of the truck, and I grabbed it. I took it up to Papa's, threw it on the ground. So we sat there. We were going to burn up all the firewood, and then we're going to leave. It was the only log left that didn't make it onto the fire. It's the only log that I brought. It's the only log that Papa, out of everybody's firewood, it was one log left, and it was that one. And I was sitting there with Papa. I said, man, you know what we ought to do? What? I said, you're the carpenter, you're the woodworker. I said, we need to take this thing, since it's got that flat face at like a 60-degree angle, and make some kind of a totem. You know what I mean? It says the gathering and the rendezvous. And then every time we meet up, we'll get like one of them little brass plaques that you do like on the NHL trophies, the hockey, where every year there's a new team. I said, and every time we do a gathering or a meetup, I said, we'll do a drawing, and somebody's responsible for taking care of it. So they got to take it home, and they got to bring it back the next time and pass it on to somebody else. They get to choose who they pass it on to, or we can do like a drawing or a gathering. So I think he's going to do like a wood burning or something on the flat face of it, and make like a totem, so to speak, for our meetups, which would be kind of cool.
That's a good idea.
But it was cool, man. That piece of firewood did not want to fucking go, did not want to get burned, nothing, but it did. What's up, Kevin Ramsey? Member for 4 months.
Kevin Ramsey.
Talking about. Yeah, so it was pretty neat. But I'm looking forward to the rendezvous. I am, man. 10 days, hell yeah. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Relax, have some fun. So, yeah, I haven't even had time to watch much YouTube or nothing. Hutch is blowing my phone up. Where's my pictures? Where's my pictures? A bunch of shirts. I think he's gonna do some kind of collage or commercial or something.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to, like, I just finished taking the pictures of that shirt you got on when you pulled up.
Awesome.
So I ain't no photographer.
Michigan, happy birthday, brother. Big 4-0.
What? Congratulations, happy birthday.
Man, you over the hill now, man. You might as well hang it up.
Yeah, you're done. You're on the downside of the slope. Kevin throwing membership out there for somebody. Thank you, Mr. Kevin.
You the man, Kevin.
How does Doc Mac get a gifted membership? Doc, you have to have your settings set to accept memberships. What you do is you go up to the top and you see that little green thing with Angela B's beautiful self there in it with the number 10 beside it. That's how many memberships she gave away. When somebody gives away a membership, just go up there and click on it, and it'll tell you that you need to set your settings to accept a membership. Just follow the instructions, and it'll tell you what to do. But usually what happens if somebody gives memberships and you're not a member, it'll just automatically give it to you. And if there's not enough people in the chat to cover all the memberships, then it just gives it to a random subscriber to the channel. But that is the way I was explained how it worked by YouTube. So I don't know. I do not know. So what you got going on, brother? My brain's fried.
We changing and cleaning out closets and making room for the new baby, man. Trying to find a place to put another youngin. 6 kids, man. It's too much.
Man, what a coincidence. That rabbit cage I gave you holds 6.
Right. Well, I tell you, sometimes you feel like shoving them in there.
Right.
Be heathen. How you doing?
I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I know it every day at work.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I started I got with the there's a teacher. He teaches like computer programming. It's some weird kind of course. I can't remember what it's called, but he does like he teaches a business class, a computer class, how to type, and then he's got two classes like seventh and eighth grade where it's like a biology horticulture type class. And I was talking to him. He's a Navy vet, and I was talking to him about. I was subbing for him one day, and I saw that he had a igloo cooler over there, or a styrofoam cooler. And he had a worm farm in it. He had red wigglers in there. I'm like, what? And I look over to the side, and I see one of them little dinky, 1999 hydroponic set or aquaponic hydroponic setups you can get off Amazon, where you put a goldfish in there or grow a flower kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
And so I asked him about it, and he said, he was going to think about doing that for the class. I said, well, let me know when you want to do it. I said, because I know all about the hydroponics, aquaponics, the fish, and all that. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. So I showed him some of my stuff. So he asked me to help him out with it. So I taught two of his classes today when I was on my break from teaching my classes about aquaponics, hydroponics, and I showed him my slideshow. It's here on YouTube with how big my collard greens were and tomatoes and all that. So I'm gonna take them through the entire process of germinating the seed, doing the hydroponic, getting some goldfish in a bigger tank. We're gonna do hydroponic, aquaponic, and the science teacher just got a $2,500 grant to do some outside raised beds, community garden for the community. So we're gonna do the raised beds and all that good stuff. So I'm doing the seeds this week. So that'll give me December, January, February, March. So come March, April, May, because I'm gonna do indeterminate tomatoes. So come March, April, and May, they'll be able to eat their fresh tomatoes that they grew, in the cafeteria, and they're all excited as shit about it. So it's funny how simple shit like that. It was just common knowledge to us as a kid how to grow food. It blows their fucking mind. They're like, what? They just don't understand that food grows. Like they're so used to the Star Trek reruns where you just go over and walk over to the wall and talk to the computer and it spits out food for you, which we're not too far from that. The replicators. I saw a video where they're 3D printing meat, like a 3D printed steak.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, it looked like Play-Doh coming out of the tube. They tried to mimic the marbling, in a ribeye, and it was a 3D printed ribeye. And I mean, dude, the FDA's approving this shit.
Crazy. I mean, they're trying to make legislation where they don't have to put it on the packaging either, so you won't even know what you're buying.
Yeah. Well, they're already putting grasshopper shit in the food now. I can't remember what the name is called, but hell, we've all eat it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll eat a bug in a minute if I'm hungry. Ain't no big deal. I don't care. But I need to be able to choose to eat a bug. Yeah. Don't take away my cows, man. Don't take away my beef. Don't take away my beef, my pork. No. And my chicken. That ain't good.
Man, it makes me want to accelerate my program. I mean, I want to have cattle one day, but I don't have any pasture for them. So I got my pig clearing the woods slowly year after year, but
I would love to have the land to do cattle and to be able to afford to do cattle. But man, after I did all that research with the rabbits, I'm like, shit, fuck that. I'll just do rabbits. I mean, one female rabbit can produce as much meat as a beef cow in a year.
I didn't know that. That's awesome. I need to get a buck, man. Then I got 2 does.
The amount, I called my lady friend. She didn't have any, but she was getting some. I'll call my other guy and see about it. But there's another dude where I got my first rabbits. He lives over there off 38 right by you, not far from you at all.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah. He's got a shitload of rabbits. He's the guy I got my original rabbits from. But one female rabbit can produce as much meat as a slaughtered beef cow in a year. And if you're tractoring them in the yard, it's free.
Yeah,
it's like somebody dumping off a beef cow at your house every year, already cut, set, and ready to go. It's like, fuck. But
there's a neighborhood in Rockingham. You know where Richmond Road crosses Robert L. Road? It's like a 5 points.
Yeah.
Like there's a neighborhood off to the left. It's right across from that big church where they have like a big daycare. But anyway, There's a house there. They had pet rabbits, and they just let them go. And now the whole neighborhood is covered. Every house you go to, these little brown and black and white rabbits are running everywhere in that neighborhood. Every time I go there, I think about you talking about releasing them and like just letting rabbits be everywhere. It's like, man, it will work. Ghost is right. It will definitely work.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was so bad in Australia. They're hiring people to come in and kill them. Rabbits, man, those things, they don't mess around. As soon as a mama rabbit gives birth, she immediately goes into heat and she goes out and tries to get pregnant again. In the wild, those babies are 3 days old. She's already knocked up again. It's what they do. And scientists and biologists have studied rabbits and their breeding habits. And a captive rabbit, or if you have a rabbitry or whatever, the more aggressive that you breed them, the healthier they are. It's actually bad for a female rabbit's health not to have multiple litters a year. Yeah, it's crazy.
Dang. I need to get a buck over here ASAP. Then
them things, they don't mess around, bro. They put out some meat. I had a chart of how often and how fast you could breed, and then there was what was that channel? Good comfortable living or something like that. She did a chart with rabbit meat on how many rabbits you needed to have, or she said if it's you and your husband and you got 2 kids and you want to have 1 rabbit a week, this is how many rabbits you need to have, and this is how often you need to breed. And she did it all the way up to where if you want to eat 7 rabbits a week, and it showed how many does you needed, how many bucks you needed, how often you needed to breed them, your grow out schedule, if you were tractoring them versus if you were giving them some rabbit feed. Because if you're just doing them in the tractor, they're not going to grow out in 12 weeks. It's probably going to be closer to 14 or 16 weeks before you get a good sized rabbit. But if you're throwing in some pellets, or if you're throwing in like me, when I did it here, I was growing collard greens primarily just for the rabbits. They fucking love collard greens. I'm just throwing that shit in there. They don't give a fuck about carrots. They'll eat them, but it doesn't do any good. They like the carrot tops, just not the carrots. But yeah, rabbits definitely the way to go, man.
Hey Leslie, what's going on, sis? I want to know. You know what I want to know? It's like, and I wish I had the time and the resource to invest in this. Setting aside 1 acre of property, and then seeing what you have to raise and grow on 1 acre to feed 10 people year round. And everything is contained. You produce everything you need on that 1 acre, because I read so much literature on it. Like you're supposed to be able to provide for a family of 10 on 1 acre, depending on what you have. And then some people say you can only do it for 3 people, but I think you could. I think you can provide for 10 people on 1 acre, depending on what you grow.
Depends on what you grow, where you live. And if you have any kind of hoop houses or the ability to grow in the winter, if you're, in a climate where it gets cold. But obviously, if you had hoop houses and you're throwing in, if you're doing aquaponics too, you're growing protein fish in there with the plants.
Yeah, and like you said, rabbits.
You can feed a shitload more than 10 people off an acre. If I had an acre and I set up a massive aquaponics system and the rabbits, I could probably feed probably 70, 75 people on an acre.
That's literally what I'm saying. Because I got a 250-gallon tote set aside that I want to raise tilapia in, because I saw a guy, he raises them in a 55 plastic gallon drum.
That's what I started with, and then I did the tote.
Like he gets them as minnows, and when he raises them up to meat, he just harvests them out of the drum before they take up all the room. I'm like, damn.
That's what I did. I had the IBC tote, 275 gallon. It was slap damn full. I had 3 of them. 2 I cut in half, had the grow beds on top, and I had sump tank full of fish in the bottom, and I had a 275 full of fish. So I had an easy 75 fish in there, but I had a kick-ass filtration system. I'd suck the tomato plants and just stick them in there just so they would take roots, because tomato plants, they filter the water really, really good, because tomato plants are fucking nutrient hogs, man. They suck the nutrients out of the ground. So tomato plants are like the best water filtration there is for the aquaponics. So I would have 50 or 60 tomato plants just shoved in there, just to filter the water because I didn't give a fuck about the plants. I was growing fish. You know what I mean? I was sacrificing all the plants, but they did great, and I didn't really sacrifice hardly any of them.
Would you feed the fish?
Well, I started out with the pellets. You can order them, and then they're tilapia, so they eat fucking anything. They're omnivores. So I would feed them. I had the collards that I was growing in the tank. I throw 2 or 3 collard leaves in there with them. I do the pellets, and then at night I would open the lid and I hung up a bug zapper right above the fish tank, and I took the bottom catch off, so the bugs would get zapped and they would fall down into the fish tank.
Damn, that's a good idea.
And then
I was thinking too, like it's easy to raise crickets. I used to have a little cricket farm, and you could worm farms. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if you were going to do that and produce everything you needed on your own property, and not have to buy anything.
Well, another thing too is I had that one bed that was full of the clay balls. I bought like, I can't remember how many red wigglers I got, but they came in a little box. I think they came by the pound. So there's probably like 30 or 40 red wigglers in there. Dude, within 3 months, I had like 10,000 red wigglers just growing all in this thing. And, you know, they're eating all the leftovers, which is good. And they're making dirt, which is awesome. But every day I just go out there and I grab a handful of red wigglers. I throw them in the fish tank. It's free food. But one of the best things I did, and a lot of people go, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. One of the best things I did is I didn't separate the male fish from the female fish. I let them free breed. And a female tilapia, I think she can have over 100 babies at a time, and they're mouth breeders. So she keeps them in her mouth. And so when it's time for them to go, she'll just spit them out, and up to 1,000 or more from each female fish. And they breed multiple times a year. So sometimes I'd open up the fish tank and the whole top layer of the tank, and it's like 4 foot by 4 foot. It would just be solid black, nothing but tens of thousands of little baby tilapia. I'd scoop out a handful and I put them in my tank inside to keep them alive. The rest of them, I let them get eat. And everybody's like, oh my God, I can't. I'm like, that's what the fuck happens in nature. I mean, what the fuck you think they do in the pond? So I let them free breed and I let them eat. And I mean, yeah. So it cut my feed costs down big time because that tilapia food ain't cheap. It's like, let's say like a 25-pound bag or something was like $30 or no, like 80 bucks, something like that. But I wasn't giving them much. And then when I'm adding the bugs, I'm feeding them the shit from the garden because they'll eat anything. I mean, don't feed them tomato leaves because that's nightshade, that'll kill them. But like tilapia is omnivore, they'll fucking eat anything you put in the tank. Like if a tilapia fish dies, the other ones will fucking eat that motherfucker. They'll cannibalize the shit out of him in a quick second. They're like piranha. It's fucked up. But like if you only have a few of them, they're really aggressive and they'll fight. But if you pack them in there tight, a switch flips in their head and they start schooling. It's pretty cool.
Sweet.
But in Florida, I could do it year round. Up here, you'd need some kind of heat or have them in a greenhouse or something.
Rabbit said he raised crappie and sunfish. Did they? How many would you grow, Rabbit? Did they spawn real fast like tilapia do? What's up, Roots?
Virginia Roots, what's going on? Yeah, but for the time that you invest into it and how fast it works, you can't beat the tilapia, bro. I mean, you can grow a itty bitty, not even as big as your fingernail tilapia, from that big to over 2 pounds in 10 months if you aggressively feed them.
That's what's up.
You know what? I think I thought I had that video. No, it's not on this computer. Oh well.
Where do you get the tilapia?
Fuck online, bro. Just Google that shit. There's fucking hundreds of people out there. They mail them to you. Like if you order 25 tilapia fingerlings or whatever they call them, if you order 25, they'll send you 30 or 35 because they expect a couple to die in transit. Every time I order them, I only have one fucking fish die in transit, but they mail them to your house in a bag, in a box, fucking full of fish. It was cool as shit. But I mean, they're tilapia are badass, bro. I mean, they fucking eat anything. Just throw it in there, they'll eat it. Like for like here, you know, where we live, you know, bass would be good, catfish would be good. You know, anything that's in your local lake, hell, dude, you ain't got to buy fish. Just go fish and bring them home, throw them in the fucking tank.
There you go.
You know. But yeah, I definitely want to do another another system with the fish because that was just well, number one, it was fun learning how to do it. Number two, it was the best tasting vegetables I ever ate in my fucking life. Came out of that system, dude. Dude, my
I bet.
collard greens, the collard greens, 2 leaves was all you needed. Dude, they were massive.
Full of nutrients, weren't they?
Oh my god, they were massive. Pull off 2 leaves, go inside, wash them, cook them. That's a meal. They were huge, biggest collard leaves I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I was giving away food 2 or 3 times a week. There was like 6 or 7 families in the neighborhood, and I told them, I said, stop by here every fucking weekend. Just ring the doorbell, and I'll give you a bag of collard greens, celery, tomatoes. I was giving the shit away because I couldn't eat it fast enough. I couldn't can it fast enough, and it was going bad. I was just here, have a bag of collard greens. Here, go, go, go. But yeah, it was pretty cool. My Skydive 11. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hey, my skydive.
Well, the cool thing about the hydroponics, or excuse me, the aquaponics, is you're growing fish. That's some kick-ass protein, and they are fertilizing your vegetables that make them fucking grow massively huge, and they taste delicious. And so, which means, honestly, it's cheaper to do aquaponics, and even if you bought the fish food, you're still saving money because you're not paying for any fertilizer. You're not having to till the soil. You're not having to weed the garden. Nothing. All you do is feed the fucking fish and walk away. That's it. You don't. There's no maintenance. There's feed the fish. Make sure ain't shit leaking. Check your acidity of your water, which is once you get it dialed in, you're good to go. But I mean, it literally takes care of itself. All you do is feed the fish and fucking walk away. That's it. That's all you do. It's
Awesome.
Yeah.
I posted a link to a place I just looked up that sells live tilapia. They got like 5 different kinds you can get: blue, red Nile, black, white Nile, and Hawaiian gold.
I had the white Nile. I did the white Nile. Yeah. There's some states you can't get certain kinds, the gold, because they're considered invasive and they're illegal. So when you go to the website, it'll tell you which fish you can have depending on where you live. But yeah, they were awesome, dude. I loved it.
I can get one for $1.50. That must be an adult, huh?
Yeah. The babies are like next to fucking nothing. I can't remember what I spent, but it was like pennies. It was nothing. I got a bag full of them. I think it was like either 30 or 50 fingerlings is what they called it, and I think it was like $20 or some shit. It was nothing. It was almost as much in shipping as it was in buying the fish.
It's fingerlings.
That's definitely the way to go because now that teacher at school, he wants me to help him build an aquaponic system. He's going to go out and get some IBC coats and all that good shit, which is going to make me build one for myself. So, what's up, Chicken Whisperer? Where's Papa?
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, so I'm at Chapel Hill, right, Thursday, and I'm sitting in the lobby in the waiting room, and this, I'm on campus. All right, I'm on the University of Chapel Hill. I'm on campus at the hospital, and this, oh my God, there's 2 girls walking by, and there's a third with them, and it's not a girl, obviously. 5 o'clock shadow showing completely through that pound and a half of foundation he had caked into his face with a putty knife. And I'm like, and me, I don't give a fuck. I'm just staring at him and I'm shaking my head like, what the fuck? And he's looking at me like, and then he just turns away real quick and wouldn't make eye contact. I wish you would have. I wish you wouldn't carrying on me. I'd have been like, look here, motherfucker. But yeah, I mean, the whole campus, bro, was full of that shit. Like one out of every 50 people I seen was a non-this or a try that or something. I'm like, fucking delusional motherfuckers, whatever. It was.
I don't know, man. I think you're just transphobic.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Phobia is a fear of. I can't be scared of trans because it doesn't fucking exist. There's no such thing. There's transmission fluid.
Right.
As far as being trans, no, it's not a real thing. I'm a fucking science teacher. It does not exist. XX, XY. You get 2 choices. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. There is no more.
What's up, Fish? What's up, Milkmaid? Mad Chad, what's up?
What is up? Yeah, so it's I don't know, man. But dude. Did you see the fucking movie that Jeremy Boring made? Lady
Yeah,
Ballers.
Lady Ballers.
Oh my god, bro! I laughed so
Look.
hard watching the fucking preview. I don't even know if I could handle watching the movie. Might have a fucking stroke or something.
I watched
Yeah.
one of Matt Walsh. He had a preview of his character.
Oh, it was hilarious. Him sitting on the yard.
He said, "Hello, ex-lover of my lover."
Ex-lover of my lover. My lover says you were a great coach once. Honey, I think we should have him move in to help with the divorce transition.
Everybody playing.
Oh
No
my
way.
god. Oh my god. That movie's gonna be fucking hilarious. And it came out last night. Yeah, Friday.
Makes me want to get Daily Wire Plus.
Me too. Just for the movies, because that ain't the only one they got on there. They
Yeah,
got the one.
They got the Western with what's the lady's name? The MMA lady.
Yeah, they got her.
Fired.
They got the one with the school shooting with the girl.
I've seen that one.
Is it any good? I haven't seen it.
It was awesome. It was amazing.
Where'd you see it at?
I don't remember. Oh, I had Daily Wire Plus for a little while.
Oh, okay.
That movie came out, but it's expensive, man. They need to come up with a way for you to, because I can't afford a year subscription all at once. That's $200 some.
No, and even though they just had 50% off, but I mean, like, to get big name movie stars to do these fucking movies for that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jeremy's getting paid, man. Fuck, just Jeremy's chocolates alone, bro. He sold 1 million fucking candy bars in a day. A day. Fuck. And I'm like, jeez, man, I need to have an idea like that.
They're building their own like infrastructure, man. That's what I keep harping on. Like when I started doing on the live streams, man, we could be doing that. That you are doing it with your shirt stuff.
Trying to.
Like we all could. Like how many of you guys right here in this chat are creators also? We could form our own network. We each have our individual channels, but we're all like, that's what Daily Wire did.
Yeah.
Look at them.
Like if everybody in the chat right now, if they hit the thumbs up and they shared every video that they ever came across from anybody that they support in the channel, then then the algorithm is going to get screwed up. Prepper Book Club, what's going on? Because it's like me, for instance, I quit putting content out. Like the only content I do now is the canning live streams and then these live streams. But since I'm not recording videos and uploading videos every fucking week, I'm losing 10 to 20 subs. It has been that way since I came back to YouTube. I was at 3,000. Now I'm at like 2,400 and something. Every week my subs go down, because I'm not uploading videos for them. So they're not pushing it and they're erasing my subs. I know they are because people just, dude, how many times have you had time during your day that you said, you know what, I'm gonna log into YouTube and I'm gonna clean up my subscriptions to other channels, which don't bother me at all. With how many times you went there and just like I've unsubscribed to
I never unsubscribe. I'll de-click the bell so I don't get notifications all the time. Yeah. I rarely unsubscribe.
Nobody unsubscribes, so you can't tell me that YouTube's not doing it on purpose just to fuck with you, to make you put more content
out. Like if I think the way it works is if a subscriber doesn't interact with your channel over a certain period of time, they automatically delete them off of you. They say it's helping you, but I don't know if it is or not. But I tell you what, man, you should like unlist a bunch of your videos. Like if you don't make a certain type of content anymore, you should just unlist them, because the YouTube algorithm will stop trying to find viewers for those kind of videos, and they'll only find videos for like these live streams and your cannon stream.
I didn't think of that. I mean, I would. It's not that I don't want to record videos and put shit out there. It's just I got so much fucking shit going on. I ain't got time to do it.
Exactly.
It's like, fuck. It's hard.
G-Mod says she unsubscribes all the time.
Yeah, don't piss her off. What's up, Southern Fried?
What's up, man?
What is happening? Did you see Native's new shirt that he got today?
Yeah, he's it. Little boys. Yeah. Got my feathers. I mean, anarchy on that side. Feathers on this side. Everybody can wear their feathers now.
Yeah.
We can all do it together.
Yeah, I was horsing around. I said, man, I wonder if I can find a good image of them feathers like he wears on his head. And dude, it was like I started searching it, and I like instantly I was like, oh, done. That's it. It was the easiest thing I've ever looked for on the internet. Like it literally took about 4.5 minutes, and I found it. I'm like, done, save, click. I'll take that one.
LOL. Book club.
Gypsy
Pulling you back
Soul,
in.
welcome. Moonsprout, welcome.
What's up, Gypsy Soul?
Welcome to the
See you.
show.
Moon Sprout.
Man, is your chat jumping? Mine's like 1 minute it goes fast, then it just fucking stops.
Everything on this computer jumps. I never know what's going on.
Strange.
You giving away a native shirt tonight? Or a coupon?
Hell no. Too much work. That's a one-off.
It's special, y'all.
It's special. Moonsprout. Oh, well, I've seen you here before, but welcome again. Moonsprout, Moonchild.
I've seen Moon Sprout around.
Really?
Mhm.
I don't get as many folks up in here as you get in yours.
Yeah, you do.
Special. SPESHUL. Special. So special. I like that.
Special.
Native needs a chief headdress, right? I'm still working on my computer program where I can learn how to do those colors and shading and all that shit. But here's the thing. If I start doing designs of 9 different colors and 2 tones and all this shit, fuck, I wouldn't be able to afford to do the shirts. Like I want them as simple as possible, where they say a message, everybody can afford to get them. You know what I mean? The some of this crazy stuff they're printing nowadays. Now, granted, they're not doing it by hand; they're doing it on a fucking machine. You know, a $30,000 automatic screen printing monster. They can afford it because they're not paying labor. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But have you seen those machines, man?
I had never seen one.
Bro, like 25 stations, and it's a robot. The robot does the screen printing. You just load the shirt. All you do is load the shirt, and it just spins, and the arm slides, and it prints one color, and then it goes to the next one, and it prints another. Yeah, it's all automated. It's all robots. It's not a person doing it anymore. Crazy.
Of course not.
Mm-hmm.
AI taking human jobs.
Definitely. Where the hell's Backwoods at? Is that motherfucker in the woods again?
No telling.
Milkmaid, when'd you sneak in here?
She came in like a wrecking ball.
Like a wrecking ball. Yeah, so I keep trying to unsub the native, but he keeps bringing me back in. It's like the mafia. Prepper book club.
This is the Life Book Club. No one gets out.
Oh, dude, so we had a lockdown this week at school on Tuesday.
What happened?
Well, I didn't find out what happened until after it was over with, obviously, but it was a house down the street from the school. There was a fight broke out, and there was a gun involved or some shit. Somebody threatened to shoot somebody or some stuff like that. So they put the whole school on lockdown. So they come on the thing and they announced lockdown.
So they were trans, right?
Yeah, right. No, these motherfuckers are redneck as fuck.
Oh,
so everybody goes on lockdown. So I put all the kids up on the brick wall, and obviously the shades were down, the doors were locked, all that good stuff. And then I walked Buddy over there and I gave him to one of the girls that was freaking the fuck out. They were screaming. They were all yelling and screaming. I lost it. I said, "Shut the fuck up! Sit down! Stop making noise! All right? Why are you making noise? If there's somebody walking down the hall with a firearm, where do you think he's going to go? The quiet door or the door making noise because he's looking to shoot people? Shut up!" I didn't say fuck. I said shut up. So they're quiet. I'm walking around. I'm calm as shit, man. I'm at the door. I'm getting jacked up, man. I'm like, yeah, I wish a motherfucker would. And So one of the girls was like, Mr. Martin. I'm like, what? She goes, what are you doing? I'm like, what do you mean? What am I doing? She goes, why are you walking over there by the door? I'm like, in case somebody tries to open it. What are you gonna do if somebody comes in here with a gun? I say, ain't nobody coming here with a gun. She said, what do you mean? I said, there's a door. He has to open it, which means now he has one hand on the weapon. Nobody's coming in this motherfucker in control of that weapon. Whether it's I hope it's a long gun. I hope I got a barrel to get hold of. Ain't nobody coming in this door. But yeah, it was a trip. So I can hear screaming from all the other classrooms. Everybody's freaking out, and I'm like, you guys, man. Like the organizational skills. And here's the messed up part: didn't see the fucking cop not once. The resource officer didn't see him fucking once. He should have been out there checking doors, checking the perimeter or something.
Yeah.
Didn't see him not once, not one fucking time. So it lasted about 20 minutes, and then it was all clear, and everybody went back to work. But yeah, it was hilarious. And now they just the new law that just went into effect yesterday, right? With the concealed carry.
What?
Now with a concealed carry in North Carolina, you can carry on church property. I read it, and it kind of doesn't make sense to me. I'm gonna ask the sheriff exactly what it means. But if you can carry on religious and church property, that you can carry on school property if it's attached to a church, or you can carry in the church if it's attached to a school. It's something weird to do with somebody got pissed off and said, look, how come people in church can't defend themselves? You saw that boy walk in Georgia and shoot all the people up, so they passed it to where you can carry a gun in church. And now you can carry a gun in church and in school and on school property if the school is attached to the church, which I think is kind of neat.
That's what's up.
But it needs to be. I think they need to offer firearms training to every single school teacher there is, free of charge. For the ones that want to carry, that can pass the class, not just the concealed carry class. I'm talking an actual firearms competency on the range, shoot, move, communicate class. Tactical reloads, the whole 9 yards.
They should They should set up like a shoot house, set up like a school, and train them what to do if there's an active shooter going down the hallway.
And every teacher doesn't need to have to do it, but anybody that voluntarily wants to do it, I think they should be licensed to carry on school property. I think they should supply them the weapon. They should supply them the gear. They should supply the palm. And I don't say I want teachers walking up and down the hallway strapped like the resource officer. I'm saying that in a classroom, if I'm a teacher and I'm licensed to carry on school property, I should have an under the desk safe palm scanner where my weapon is secured while I'm in the classroom the entire time, but I can get to it quickly. And anytime I'm in the hallways, or if I'm moving students from point A to point B, put it in your holster and go, but not like walk around the classroom strapped. That part kind of bothers me. So I would like walk in and secure it in a palm safe, with a palm scanner, or even a fingerprint scanner, however you want to do it. But that should be the option. And then there's a couple counties in, I want to say North Carolina. I read the article a while back, but they passed a law and they made it legal for teachers to carry on school property. That they had to get their weapons permit and all this good stuff. But the school has a fucking safe in the resource officer's office with AR-15s, reloads in the school. It's provided by the school. It's in, So it's like, yeah, okay, sweet. But why only have it at one point? I would not. You know what I mean? That's the one door the bad guy's not going to knock on. Is the one with the big fucking star out front that says protect and serve. That's the door he's not going to go through.
They should have 3 concealed carry. I don't know if it should be officers or they should offer it to teachers who want to do it, but no one knows they're carrying. Like, it has to be a secret.
Right.
School should offer teachers that as
absolutely
extra. They should give them extra pay and extra benefits if they want to be one of the secret carriers to protect the freaking kids, man.
Yeah.
All this stuff is common sense, and people freak out. No, we got to take all the guns. That's the only way to save our kids.
No, this country does not have a gun violence problem. This country has a violence problem. Doesn't matter whether it's a gun or a knife or a stapler or a toothpick. If I stab you in the eye with a fucking toothpick, is that an assault toothpick? I mean, we don't have an assault weapons violence problem. We have a fucking ignorance problem is what we have.
And mental health, man. But 6 of the last shooters have been trans. They all identified as some kind of non-binary or trans.
Yeah.
And the media hid it.
Oh yeah, they don't want to tell you that part. It's like, oh, the AR-15s are bad. No, that's just because it's the most popular weapon in the United States. If we were in Russia shooting up people, we'd be using AK-47s. Russia, China, places like that. It's the most prevalent, popular weapon there is here. That's why everybody has it. Right? Period. It's not because it's better at doing. It's the best killing machine there is. It doesn't just you don't have AR-15s just going off by themselves killing random people that walk by them. I mean they're not a mechanical pit bull. Okay, it blows my mind. If I want to fuck somebody up, like if I want to do damage, if I was going to go into a school or a place like that that was populated with people and unalive a large. Nobody goes into a populated area just wanting to unalive one person. Okay, they're doing it to make a statement. They want to unalive as many as they possibly can. The last thing I'm taking is a fucking M4. I'm going gauge. I'm bringing the 12 in. I'm lopping the barrel off, and I'm doing like legitimate damage. I can do as much damage with that, if not more, than you can with a fully automatic AR. I mean, if you're running double alt buck, I'm 8-1. I'm all over it. Why would you? Yeah, no. The last thing I'd take was an M4. That's ridiculous. Or an AR. I'm going shotgun, Bub.
Tell you what, though, if my AR starts whispering to me to get me to do mass shootings, I'll let y'all know, and y'all red flag me.
Exactly. Yeah. If mine, starts knocking on the door trying to get out before he needs to go for a walk or something, let me know, and
I can't control it. It's making me do this.
I sent my AR to its safe space, so it's good now. It's not my. I don't have an AR anymore. It transitioned.
I showed it the sign that said gun free zone. So
yeah. Well, my AR transitioned. I'm trying to figure out what it's going to transition into. But I think it's going to transition into a walking stick or a balancing stick or maybe a cane. I don't know. Hand warmer. It transitioned into a hand warmer. That's what it is.
Corn Pop. Yeah, that was crazy, man. Derek Chauvin got stabbed 22 times. Survived by a dude who was an FBI informant.
How the hell can you get stabbed 22 times and survive?
22 times, man.
Somebody didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, that stabber sucked. Must have stabbed him in the butt cheek or something.
Did you say stabber? That stabber sucked?
Yeah, he sucked.
Is that a word?
It is now.
That stabber.
Stabber.
What do you do for a living? I'm a stabber. What the fuck?
They call me Captain Stabbing.
Right. All right, y'all. It's 9:58. You got 2 minutes, and I'm switching it over to members only. And we're gonna, do that thing we do. So if you're not membered up and you want to get membered up, please do. I encourage you to do it. If you don't want to, I completely understand. It is not a requirement. But we got to do that thing we do. Rip Curl. Rip's in here. Yep. And there's Rescue.
What's up, C?
It was Arizona, so it'd be El Stabo. Okay. All right. He's in Arizona? That's where they sent him to prison? In fucking Arizona?
Like they sent him to a federal prison. So I guess.
Well, they probably would send him about as far as they could get him away from where he stabbed dude. I'm waiting on him to fucking vacate the charges since all that new evidence came out.
I'm surprised he hasn't had an appeal yet.
He's probably trying, but the problem is the son of a bitch that whatever attorney, if he can get an attorney to file the appeal, it's not necessarily a death wish, but it's a career ender. I mean, anybody that goes in there and represents him just because of the way it looks, they're going to be like blackballed, shunned. It's like, I feel for I mean, it was a fucked up situation to be in. I feel for the guy, but yeah, it's kind of messed up, man. He got thrown to the wolves. He got sacrificed, which is fucked up. Don't get me wrong. Did he go too far? I don't know, but fuck, for all intents and purposes, those two guys knew each other pretty fucking well. They worked together.
I watched the whole court case and I saw all the evidence as it was presented. He was basically, he did what he was trained to do. The video showed that it wasn't on his neck. Even the judge commented when he watched the video and said, "Hey, there's something white on George Floyd's tongue." George Floyd was saying, "I took too much drugs." I mean, there was so much evidence that vindicated.
I found a still photo. It shows the pill in his mouth.
See it. You can see it, man. And now the autopsy finally came out, the real one, which says George Floyd died from an overdose on fentanyl.
Yeah, but his heart gave out. Nothing to do. He died of asphyxiation, but not, or it wasn't asphyxiation. What did they say? It was, he didn't have any injuries on the body.
Respiratory and pulmonary failure is what it
Fucking
actually
heart
says.
died. He OD'd. Fucking OD'd.
Exactly. That's what
He
happens
was
when you
literally ODing the entire time. Like that entire confrontation. When he shoved all those drugs in his mouth when the cops got there, he's trying not to get caught. He was dead already.
They had the body cam footage from a year before when he did the exact same thing. He got pulled over. He knew he was going to jail, so he made himself overdose again. He got excited. He said the same thing. I can't breathe. Those cops took him straight to the emergency room. He was handcuffed to the bed, stayed there 2 weeks, and wound up not having to go to jail. So he tried to do the same thing again, and then he died. He killed himself.
Yeah. I mean, he literally committed suicide when the cops got there. He ate enough drugs to kill more than one person. Mm-hmm. You know, he was literally. They can make an argument that he was already dead before Chauvin ever put hands on him. I mean, he ate all those pills, bro. I mean, that's suicide.
And all the other cops got years in prison just for being there.
Just for fucking being there. It's like all the J6 people. I hope retribution. I mean,
they're going to federal prison for civil rights violations.
Yeah.
But in Chauvin's court case, they never mentioned racism once. It was all about murder. They didn't mention that at all. And they still tacked on like 10 years for civil rights violation.
It's all horseshit, every single bit of it. Dude, if T-Man gets back in office, I hope he's got a list of pardons as man, and just
I hope he wins and burns this country.
He spends 4 years fucking burning it down, pissing fucking everybody off. Fuck them. We already gone too far now. It's not fixable. Like legit. Like it's like with the debt that we have right now, the way they're printing money and giving it out. If you stop right now, we still can't fix it.
No.
Thousands and thousands of lifetimes and years to pay all that fucking money back. We can't even pay the fucking interest on it. How you can't pay it down? It's going up every fucking month.
A mostly peaceful revolution,
right? Fucking ridiculous. Welcome, Pripper Book Club and Rip Curl, to the members. Welcome. All right, I'm gonna
outsiders, man.
Outliers. That's what I'm talking about. Native, can you hold it down for a second? I got to go to the little boys' room, and then we're gonna do that thing that we do.
Yeah, I'll hold it down. All right, guys. I'm just gonna leave. That way, when he comes back, it's just dead air until he gets back. Good night. Y'all know I wouldn't do ghosts like that. So what else y'all thinking, man? Like all these little tidbits are coming out, and it's like it's too late. Like with the Chauvin stuff, he's already in jail. You guys are right. Like the damage is already done, even if he does get out. Like with all this stuff, like all the Epstein stuff and Ghislaine Maxwell proving that they were trafficking underage people, and nobody cares. What's up, G? Militant, what's up, man? Hey, Terry. Nice rescue. Always bring the class, man. What's the white lung, Milt? Talking about the new pneumonia going around? Don't make me give medical advice on Ghost Stream while he's gone. We get shut down. Because I'll tell y'all to drink water in a heartbeat.
They're not going to shut me down. It's a waste of time. Nobody watches my shit anyway. I'm that guy that takes advantage of the community by forcing free shit on them, you know? Yeah. I'm not even on their list.
Oh, man, God, freaking Nazi.
Crazy. All right, I'm going to go on here and switch this over. I get it to work. To members only. Man, I swear, fucking internet worked faster back when it was AOL dial-up than it does here lately.
When it made the noises.
Yeah, when it's
bong, 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 bong.
And you'd sit there and you'd watch like one pixel row load at a time. You were like all excited on the edge of your seat.
Flying Ryan, what's good, man?
Fine, Ryan. What is up, militant? Jeep. We're fixing to head to members only. Maybe. There we are. Yeah, instead of doing two thumbnails, I just switch it over in the middle. It's a whole lot easier.
Makes
But
sense.
usually it's a whole lot easier. But Papa's Farm, what's up? Finally got home.
What up, Pops?
Where is my fucking video? There we are.
Yeah, that's crazy, Kelsey. You're right. I haven't heard of anyone having the flu this year. Not one person. My kids have been sick a couple of times with different things, and we would take them to the doctor, and the first thing they do is test them for COVID.
We've had a couple of the teachers at school had like the coughing and hacking and bronchitis and all kinds of shit. I don't know if it's the flu or not, but I don't know. Okay, so I do believe it is members only now. Yep, it's members only because it shows 0 people. That's one thing I like about your members only streams. It doesn't tell you how many fucking people are in here. Why? Why would that be a big deal that they can't show how many people in here? But yet they will still come up in this bitch and give me a strike.
It's a secret. Leslie, she's doing good. She's super pregnant and getting more so every day.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how that works. All right, so according to my customer count here, people watching is 0. So how the fuck can you give me a strike if nobody saw it?
True.
Just saying. But what are you gonna do? All right, so who wants to win some shit?
Who wants to be a millionaire?
Uncle Sniffy.
That's a good one. I've
Still
never heard
says
that.
52. Well, on my end, on the StreamYard end, it doesn't show how many people are watching.
There's still 52 in here.
Where do you see that?
On my phone.
Well, fuck. I don't see it anywhere. Because on my StreamYard end, it shows a big 0 up top. And then if I click over to YouTube, it doesn't show anything. It says started streaming 67 minutes ago. Maybe it's just because it's on my end. I don't fucking know.
Pure Blood Prepper, what's good with you?
Pure Blood. Moonchild. If you refresh, it won't show it. Oh, okay. 52 is good. 52.
I saw a news article last week where women who were going to sperm banks to get artificially inseminated were asking for sperm from people who didn't have the vaccine. I was like,
I need to Google wherever you Google and start selling my puppies, my man juice, my baby batter.
your biscuits.
My second side hustle.
What's up, LLCC?
What'd you say?
That stands for Ladies Love Cool Chris. That's my guess.
All right, Southern Fried. Oh, Southern Fried's giving a shirt away, you guys.
That's what's up.
What's up? Southern Fried's giving a shirt away. You know how he rolls. Boy, don't mess around. Oh my God. Roast beef sandwich in the house.
What's up?
What's up?
What up?
Woo.
What is happening?
I was
What's up,
just looking
Rose?
at your channel, right? And so when you switch to a members only mid live stream, no one can watch the replay because it shows as a members only for the whole, for both halves. Does that make sense? So
yeah,
that
so
could affect your
take it to members only, and then after I stop the stream, I can go back in and make it anybody. So then they can see it.
I'm not sure how all that works, but the last few where you've switched over midstream, it puts the whole thing, the whole 2 hours into members only, which means anyone else can't get in.
Now you tell us, Roots.
Do your research, fellas.
Members only, all of them. All right, so now, like the one I did last week,
Yeah,
I just made it
click
public.
on live streams. It shows last week's, but it's all members only. It's all the full 2 hours is members only.
Not anymore. Now it's public.
Oh, there you go. Maybe you can release it after a week or whatever it is you want to do.
Yep.
Hey,
Now it's
Papas.
Okay, cool. That's good to know. I'm learning. What are you gonna do? It is what it is. Just easier than trying to make 2 fucking thumbnails and
Yeah,
do all that fucking shit. What are
I
you gonna
see
do?
you, Rabbit. As long as it's not Miracle Whip.
All right, so Southern Fried wants to give a shirt away. Southern Fried, are you doing the shirt? They got the shipping, or are you doing all of it? What are you doing? It's up to you. Your call. Well, come on, Milkmaid. I sent
I
you the
know,
thing.
right?
I send it to you every week, and you never come up here.
She won't. She's about to go to bed and listen. She's about to say goodnight. I'm going to bed, everybody. And an hour later, she'll be in chat.
She can't resist this sandwich. She'll be here within 90 seconds. Mark my words.
All right, Southern Fried's doing the whole deal, so you get the shirt and shipping for free. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. All right, so what happens when we give this shirt away? If you win it, this is Southern Fried giving a shirt away. If you win it, email me with, tell me what shirt you want, the design, the size, and the color. I'll let him know. He squares me up. I mail it to you. So email me with all the details and your address, and I'll send it to you. That way it's easier than having to email him, and then he emails me, and then he has to go online and do the thing, and whatever. Yeah, just send it to me. I'll let him know, and then he does it. Or just send it to me. I'll let him know, and he does. Yeah, you know what I mean. Do the thing.
Oh,
You know the thing.
You know the thing.
the thing, right? Thing.
You guys
All
think?
right.
You guys think we're going to see a debate between Joe and Trump?
Fuck no.
Nope.
Never in a million fucking years.
There's no way they'll let Joe back up there
Nope.
if he's alive.
Right.
There's no fucking
They're
way.
already laying the groundwork
saying
for
I'm
his
gonna do it.
incompetence.
There's no way in hell. Dude,
They're going to get Hillary's people on it.
Hmm.
there ain't too many people on the planet that would want to voluntarily debate Donald Trump. He's too fucking quick, man. Like, now I think Vivek would hang with Donald, but the problem is they ain't enemies, But
Yeah.
Vivek, that dude, he can rock a fucking debate stage. I like listening to him. He was fucking hilarious. He ripped Nikki Haley apart. Fucking he's
Y'all watched
ruthless.
DeSantis and Newsom?
Oh, that was fucking hilarious.
I didn't watch the
Yeah,
actual,
no.
but I watched all the news people on YouTube talk about it.
Newsom kept sidestepping shit. He wouldn't answer shit. He was dodging. He was playing the blame game. Newsom lost. The short dude, the short guy with the high heel boots, he won. But yeah, and that's saying something. If he wins the debate, as shitty as he is at public speaking, you did an asshole job. But Newsom was he was doing the whole "I'm a pretty boy" and he. Like, it was hilarious when DeSantis was like talking about, oh yeah, I was talking to one of the people in Florida the other day, and we were talking about how they like it. He let me know that it's one of the people that moved from California to Florida, and the reason he moved was because better government, cleaner streets, people ain't shitting on the ground, this and that and the other. And oh, by the way, that was your father-in-law.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was pretty good. I mean, I didn't get it word for word, but yeah.
What do you say? What do you say?
All right. What are you gonna do? So yeah. Shit happens. Yeah, man. All right, so let's give away Southern Fried shirt. I can't check it right now. I don't think I'm on my phone. I don't know how that works, Southern. I don't want to do it on my phone and not be able to get back online.
Just send it to me, Southern Fried, and I'll just tell him how much you sent me.
They just taking over the bookkeeping. Yeah. seen a video comparing Vivek statements on Obama's quite a few. Oh, I know, right? They were like a lot of word for word for Obama or Burmer. Obama.
Mhm.
All right,
Yeah.
so nothing on my hand. You guys can see it's nice and clean. Nice and clean. I'm gonna write a number down.
Nothing on
Why
your
do you
hand.
have hair all over your palm?
He's a hobbit.
It's been a long week.
Word.
Okay. All right, the way this works, guys, it's a number between 0 and 100. But
Backstage.
don't type anything until I say go and you see go in the chat. All the numbers after the word go in the chat from me count. So the first one that gets this number wins a free shirt from Southern Fried, shipping included. So it's completely free. Good luck, everybody. And go.
Go. Milkmaid's backstage.
Is she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I let her up or should I just be like, Milkmaid who?
I don't. That was like 95 seconds. I feel like she's pushing it, but
It's been so long since I saw her, I kind of forget what she looks like.
Hey y'all.
The name sounds familiar.
I've been busy.
Mm-hmm.
Normally I'm in bed by now.
All right, let me see these numbers.
Sleep. Just watching YouTube.
Come on. Good Lord. I still can't find the top.
What?
Good Lord.
yeah.
All right, now here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting started. All right.
Which shirt you giving away?
It's Southern Fried. He's giving away a choice. They can choose whatever they want.
Ooh, cool. Dang it, I should have stayed in chat. I'm gonna get a Cherokee shirt.
Dude, he didn't tell us the number. You can still guess.
Yeah,
Where is Cherokee? He ain't been here tonight.
you can type away in the chat if you want, because I didn't tell you the number.
Oh yeah. Come on. I don't know if this is gonna work.
And there's been a couple people that are all over it, like off by one.
Man, Ruth's got me thinking about roast beef now.
Right.
Just roast beef with some sharp cheddar, mayonnaise, and pepper. Maybe
you
a
gotta
slice
have
of tomato.
cracked pepper. Like, oh yeah. Oh no.
Man.
Nothing yet.
So
Horseradish.
good.
Yeah, maybe some horsey sauce.
Dude, horseradish is legit. Like we joke about it in that sense, but I love horseradish, a schmear on like a prime rib type of thing or a sandwich or whatever. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Reuben.
Nothing
Does
yet.
anybody grow it? Does anybody grow horseradish?
That's a good question. Does anyone grow it?
I have not, but I know that Deep South Homestead does. It's kind of like ginger in the way that it grows, but people have grown it up in, I want to say, Wisconsin and stuff like that in greenhouses, or you can do plant maybe.
Okay.
Well, see, I'm a sucker for wasabi, so I'd like to figure out Japanese horseradish because
Oh,
that
man.
is life right there.
Get some wasabi peas.
You
Yes.
can buy those roots. They're very similar to horseradish or ginger.
Yeah.
I love wasabi.
Got the mouth watering. Y'all stop.
Nobody yet.
Mm. Got me think about sushi with some wasabi and soy sauce.
Oof.
Oh yes,
I see.
absolutely.
I
Ooh.
keep trying.
Stop. Angela B is the first one I saw with it.
Woot, woot.
32.
Congratulations.
I'm not even going to go back and
Stuff.
check. I feel like you probably got it.
A whole bunch of people typed 31 multiple times and 33.
34. Yeah.
A lot of people were close, but Angela B was the first I saw at 10:17, and I went all the way back to the beginning.
Mhm.
So if you remember typing 32, let me know. I'll go back and check.
There
But if
are
you-
a few, but it's after 17.
I went slow. I'm pretty sure she was the first.
I know.
got to where now is I'll wait for about 30 seconds and then I'll start looking at the numbers so I don't try not to miss anybody. Angela B, congratulations.
Congratulations, lady.
Miss Fish Sticks. Hey, sis.
No.
Miss Six, what's going on? Good to see you.
Miss Six.
John McGill. What's up, brother?
So Angela B. Angela B, ain't this like 3 or 4 weeks in a row with you and your crew?
Angela, is your icon picture of yourself, just out of curiosity, because I've met you. Is that you like in a modeling job or something? For real, I've always been curious about that.
I'm glad I'm not the only one because I was wondering the same thing.
For sure.
Yeah, that's her.
No way. That's freaking cool.
That's back when she was in college, and it was like 1906 or something. It was. I mean, it might not have been 1906. I might be getting the dates wrong, but I know that she told me that she used to date one of the Wright brothers. So whatever year that was.
Nope. Bonnie Parker. Okay.
Okay.
See?
But
Really?
honestly, I
Bonnie
thought her.
Bonnie Parker. Really, I never could have guessed she had an influence on your life and your criminal record.
Oh, wait, from Bonnie and Clyde?
Yeah.
Is that really her?
No, Faye Dunaway. She says it's Faye Dunaway, probably in that part, maybe playing Bonnie and Clyde. Okay, Angela, it's all clicking. Okay.
Yeah,
Just
like,
quick.
Your whole life makes sense now.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. Angela is going to freaking that's a spunky lady right there. She's gonna get you.
I ain't scared of her. I'm scared of her ham sandwiches and her neck hugs, but other than that, I'm good.
She's a firecracker, dude.
Yeah, Papa's. That's from when she was up on top of that mountain, conceiving that child of hers. Right here, Ghost. This is where it happened. This is where I got knocked up. Fucking 100 people on the mountain.
Get it,
Guys,
man.
right here is where I got knocked up. Yeah, no, she ain't redneck.
She's like, no vegetation still doesn't grow there.
She's got like the only ghost shirt.
No, actually, there's she got the hoodie. I don't know who got the shirt because I had a T-shirt that had Ghost on it. I passed that one out too. I don't fucking know who got it though. Because I made me a shirt and a hoodie. And Native, you got a hoodie and a shirt too, didn't you?
Yeah.
It said Native on. Yeah, I made me the exact same thing I made you. And fucking when I was selling them, I gave out my shit. Well, Angela B took my shit, and I don't know who got the other one. I think maybe it was Leslie.
I would have loved to watch that whole thing where she was like, "Give me yours."
She got it. My chat is 3 minutes behind actual time. Dang, Angela sounds like my type of gal to take it. No, Rabbit, she ain't. She's ruthless.
Grass.
Yeah. Are you coming this time, right, Leslie? You guys got your spot yet? You guys already got your spot? Who all's coming with you? Because as of right now, last time I checked, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think 7 spots rented.
That's it? Well,
Huh?
we like 5 months out or 4 months.
Yeah.
4 months out.
Yeah.
Native,
That's
you
probably.
Yeah.
Huh?
As long as the baby is born, I'll be there. They're calling for it to be born on leap year on 29th.
Oh, wow.
That'd be cool.
Interesting.
That would be wild.
Mm-hmm.
My sister-in-law, she purposefully got married on the 29th so that they only had to do the anniversary celebration every 4 years. She's kind of weird like that.
That's somebody I would fucking marry right there just on principle.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a unique
smart.
lady. I've never known a lady to have that perspective.
Oh, she's my favorite person in the whole wide world. She is spunky. Let's put it that way.
That's what's up, Southern Fried.
What did he say?
How many kids native have? It's like 8 or 9, I think.
Working on it. I'm making my own tribe.
Gonna repopulate the
Talking
world.
about.
Yeah.
Well, it's like-
each kid's gonna start a clan.
That's the way it used to be back in the old days, man. My father, he had 9 brothers and sisters, and my mom had 8.
Mm,
Wow.
dang.
Back in the old days, that's what you had to do. You make babies to work the field. Shit.
Something like
See?
14 or 15 cousins when I was growing up.
Oh yeah, I've got cousins I've never met, like just all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Fish Stick says Angela B is my partner in crime. She is peaceful. You better stop sucking up.
In the safe
Trying
room.
to copy hit list.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nate is building his own mag. I know, right?
People I can trust, man. Gosh.
The more the merrier.
Appreciate that, man.
And,
Yeah, they're all right.
oh, I always forget this. Oh, private chat. That was you saying boo. Okay.
Oh yeah. That was
I always forget to check private chat. Y'all know me. I suck at fucking following the chat. I'm not that bad like here, but like if I'm canning, I don't pay attention to shit except that jiggler usually. I need to do another cannon stream. I got a lot of shit
I
I
pay
need to
too
can.
much attention to my jiggler.
Do what?
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 Appreciate it, Book Club.
I need to get back into canning.
Yeah, I mean, I got like about 30 pounds of, no, I got about 45 pounds of chicken, and I got probably 50 pounds of Boston butt I need to can.
Nice. Oh man, I had a scare the other day. I was feeding the animals and I went to go grab some beef out of one of my freezers, a chest freezer, and I have this storage room that has 3 freezers in it, right? So, but the little one I don't worry about because I don't put anything in that one. But I got some beef. Like, I should probably check my stand-up freezer. And I almost didn't, but then I walked over and I opened it and it was starting to thaw. The breaker had blown. And oh my gosh. Like the only thing that had thawed was liver, because liver thaws really, really fast.
Yeah.
And I freaked out. I ended up having to run an extension cord for that one because the actual, the flippy switch. What are those called? Fuses?
Breaker.
Yeah, breaker.
Breaker. Yeah.
Every time I tried to reset it, it wouldn't reset. And then I saw spark and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone for now. I'll just run a cord. Scare the crap out of me, because that probably had at least 150 pounds of meat in it. Yeah. All beef.
That's why I always in my chest freezer, I always put a layer. I get the gallon Ziploc bags, and I'll fill them like halfway full of ice, lay them on their side where they're like about that thick, about 3 inches, and I'll freeze them solid. I'll put them in the bottom of the freezer,
Yeah.
and then put all my food on top of it. So if I lose power, they're surrounded by ice. So it'll keep it cold for at least like Hurricane Irma. Was it Irma in Florida? I did that with my freezer, and I never plugged that bitch up, and we were without power for 2 weeks, but I didn't open it for 2 weeks.
Smart.
And then when power came back on, I opened it, and I still had ice. I didn't lose anything.
I do that with old vinegar jugs. Like I use vinegar for a lot of stuff. So I take those, I rinse them out, and I fill them up with water. And that's another, water storage if you have extra room.
Yeah.
I mean, currently I don't have extra room because I butchered the bull and the steer. So all my freezers are kind of packed. But I need to can up all that stuff because it makes me so nervous having it frozen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, frozen shit freaks me out. It's like it don't take but a minute, especially with how shitty the freezers and refrigerators are nowadays. I'm still going to do that thing one day I told you about, taking the motor out of the refrigerator or the freezer and putting it beside it, because completely removing it from the entire process because it makes fucking heat. Why is it on the bottom? Heat rises. They literally designed a refrigerator and a freezer to have to run to burn energy. So if you can remove the heat making part away from it, then it should not have to run but maybe 10% of the time. I mean, it's like a light bulb. I mean, you guys realize there's a light bulb that was invented back when light bulbs were fucking invented that's still burning now today. They don't have to die. They're designed to expire in a certain amount of time, so you have to buy new light bulbs.
Land.
The original design of a light bulb doesn't fucking die.
Well, you can't make money that way.
Exactly.
Like the whole, weren't there other people who have come up with alternative ways to get electricity from the atmosphere? However, they just mysteriously died.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Tesla. And dude, if you think about it, that shit's like legit. That legitimately makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as static electricity.
They think that's what the pyramids purposeful was
Yeah.
for.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were power generators.
And the stargates. There's like what 50 stargates documented around the planet. Like I'm waiting for the day that somebody comes out and tells me that all the Stargate movies and TV shows were like legitimately true. Because there are stargates all over the planet, you know, and there's like all kind of legends of what. This is back before we had fucking boats, people.
Right.
So how would they build like identical doorways on opposite sides of the planet, you know, all over the place with the same legends? You know, yeah, there's some weird shit going on.
If y'all ever come across videos like that, pass them my way because I'm always very curious about that kind of stuff.
Oh, the Stargate.
Okay, look up a channel called the Y Files. He has a lot of good videos on
That's
it.
a
The
great
Y
channel.
Files.
Yeah,
That's my dude. That's my dude. Hecklefish is my dude.
Mhm.
I've seen a couple of them, I think.
He has one on the pyramids and explains how they generate electricity.
Yep.
Mhm.
And the
I don't
massive.
think the Egyptians built them. I don't think there were tombs. There's no tomb there. They've never found a
there's
tomb
nothing
in
there.
any of them.
No, they've never found any.
I don't think the Egyptians built them. I
evidence
think
of
they were
that.
there before the Egyptians.
Me too.
I think the Egyptians just used them as tombs because they were
Sphinx,
already
too.
fucking there.
Like they've proven that the Egyptians changed the Sphinx to look like a pharaoh's face. Like that's not originally what was there. They don't know what was there.
Well, originally there were two Sphinx. There were two. They found
Really?
the pad for a second one.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Yep.
So originally there were two Sphinx, and then I think but yeah, they changed the face. Yeah, the Edison light bulb is still working. That's what I meant to say. But
You
yeah,
know when Tesla killed himself, he got Hillary. I think
who?
the government confiscated all of his patents, and they're still
Oh, yeah.
there. The government still has all his.
Well, there's rumor that he turned that fucking hotel that he was staying in into a power generating deal. I mean, he had access to like the entire grid. He was doing all kinds of crazy fucking experiments. The New Yorker, yeah, ain't that the hotel? The New
All
Yorker.
the people who are against him are still, their businesses are still here. GE, which was Thomas Edison's company,
Mhm.
he screwed him over. JP Morgan, what's the dude who started all the railroad crap? Rockefeller. All of them screwed over Tesla, and look where.
Yeah.
And it's like the Sphinx. If you look at the ripples in the side, that's erosion. That's
Mhm.
water erosion.
Water.
That thing was
Yeah.
basically submerged for a long time, and it's in fucking Egypt. It's a freaking desert over there.
It wasn't a desert back in the day, though. It was a jungle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Very lush, very fertile. So was the entire Sahara Desert was.
The Sahara was also a jungle. Yeah.
They talk about how the Sahara, the way it looks like ripples, like where water had washed it, like it does if you look on the beach.
And how about the eye of something where they're saying it was Atlantis on the east coast of Africa? Have you seen that? The city of Atlantis on the east coast of Africa. You can actually see it on Google Earth. It's called the Eye of Something, but
yeah,
it's the east side of it's on the far east side of Africa, like right below Spain and Portugal. You go about halfway down on that round part of Africa, like right beside your fucking ear, native, on the map behind you. There's like it goes inland quite a ways, but there's like a concentric ring of like mountain,
Yeah.
high ground and low ground. Yeah, high ground and low ground, and it shows. Yeah, it looks like the picture that people have drawn of Atlantis with the
Mhm.
concentric rings of land and water. It's legitimately like it looks just like it. Like they're studying it right now to trying to prove that it was or is or could have been Atlantis.
Right. Pole shift. All right, man. That's what I believe.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean that, or we're on the flat Earth, so does any of it make sense, anyways?
I
What do you
think the
think?
Earth's hollow. I don't think it's flat. I think we have a hollow Earth. That's why they won't let us
Yeah.
go to the poles, man.
I
Because
think actually
we'll see the openings.
it could be openings in the middle, a top and a bottom, or
Sheol.
it could be the ring, the ice wall. That's a good map. Have you seen that map, the ice wall,
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
all
I
the
think
land masses
it's more
outside?
concave, like a goblet. People joke the flat shape, but it's like no. It's I've seen some really good animations of a concave scape with more or less a dome and an underworld, which would lend to what you're saying, Native.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not what we think it is.
Yeah.
You know what's wild? Have you ever The Princess of Mars? Do you remember that series? It's an
Yeah.
old. Do you
Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Yeah, do you remember like later on in the series there's something exactly like that?
Mhm.
Well, that ain't that where the movie John Carter was
Uh-huh.
partially
Yeah.
inspired by that, Princess of Mars. I love that movie. Everybody hated it. I thought it was fucking awesome.
It was good.
I
I
never
loved it.
watched the movie, but I listened to all the audiobooks of that entire series. It
The
was
movie's good.
like the monsters with the hand suckers.
Mhm.
I
I
thought
love
that
it.
guy has a wild imagination or some kind of
And he
insane
hooked up with one of the red women, and she laid a white egg.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Hmm.
I got into a debate with two teachers and a student this past week on black holes and white holes. Because one of the teachers, the science teacher, they were doing something about the solar system. She brought up black holes, and he goes, "What about the white holes?" She goes, "What's a white hole?" He goes, "A white hole, the opposite of a black hole." She goes, "That's not real." And I looked at her. I'm like, "Stop it! Stop it! Just stop right now."
I've never heard of that.
You
A
can't.
white hole is a wormhole, but those
can't have a
black
black
holes, man,
hole
they'll
without a
suck
white
you
hole.
right in. There's no escaping a black
You
hole.
can't have a black hole without a white hole. All right, the laws of energy conservation. So if everything's getting sucked into somewhere, it's got to come out somewhere else, right?
Right.
There's got to be an end. There's got to be an end to the black hole.
That's
But the
what I
problem
believe.
is, then your time paradox, and time is relative. Relativity comes into play. So you could legitimately just have a black hole for a long period of time, because nobody knows how slowed down time is on the inside of the black hole until it emerges
Really?
on the other end as a white hole, which is the other end of the wormhole.
Yeah,
Yeah, black
that's
hole
when
will,
she goes
will
to
make
get
you feel like you've been
bleached
there a long
by
time.
an Asian woman.
Wouldn't it be some shit though if every single black hole on the planet was actually connected to a star?
You mean the universe?
Yes.
Beyonce?
If every black hole in the universe was actually the other end, it wasn't really a white hole, it was a star. So it was actually feeding. I mean, that would make sense to me on the whole conservation of energy thing. Because everybody's like, oh my God, how's the sun still burning forever? What if it's being fed from somewhere else? Like every
Mhm.
star has a black hole on the other end, and all this energy is being sucked into it. And it's what's keeping the star going. And then when it finally cooks down, it's supernovas or whatever.
Look at you. You're a theorist.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I do think we don't know about dark
So
matter
supernova
exactly.
is the climax of a black hole. Is that what we're saying?
No.
I think so.
I'm just putting words together.
What's up, Stuart?
So like the supernova is like the death of a star, right?
That's right
Yeah.
before. Yeah.
And then it condenses it into a black hole, and then everything reverses. Then it
Well-
starts shooting out the other end. It's like when you sneeze and fart at the same time. If you hold your nose and you sneeze and fart,
Well, and isn't that what Virginia's talking about? And forgive me if I sound stupid, but like the dark matter we don't understand or we can't measure or anything like that, but there's so much freaking space. The known matter, when a black hole forms, all of that condenses and squeezes out all the dark matter. Is that correct?
I mean, that's one theory.
Yeah, that's
But-
one theory. Yep.
But
I
I
didn't know.
think you know how we can't unify gravity with the other fundamental forces of the universe.
Right.
And I think that's where like the flat earthers and the people who believe the earth is round and have a heliocentric view of the universe, I think that's where we get our argument from, because gravity is the big problem, because they have weird theories on what gravity is. And the only reason they think that is because you can't unify gravity with the other forces. But a black hole, maybe black holes are supposed to be in the universe, and that's where most of gravity is. It's backed up into the in-between spaces of the fabric of space-time. And that's why we only see a little bit of gravity.
Huh.
Because if it's a massive gravity well, I mean, it makes sense. Like most of gravity is wherever those black holes go.
Man, this is why I like being up on panels like this. I'm surrounded by smart people.
What if
Or
gravity? What if there isn't gravity? What if it's the opposite? What if it's not a pulling force? What if it's a pushing force? What if you're not being
it has to
pulled?
be both, but it
What
has
if
to
you're not
be
being
both.
pulled? You're being pushed into it,
But
like almost like a
what
vacuum.
if it's only what gravity is only what
What's
we
a
are
plus-size black hole?
perceiving? You see what I mean?
Or what
Because
if it's just another form of magnetism?
and feel it, but that doesn't eliminate the donut around us swirling with all the other energies. We are stuck in this schism of being able to feel that sense of gravity or being grounded or being in this environment. Does that make sense? Like I'm kind of implying a matrix theory here, that we're sort of in a simulation. This is what we can perceive. It is what is allowed in our rules.
Right.
Well,
And our three-dimensional perception, you mean?
Correct. Our perception in this set of
That makes sense.
I think it's hollow. I think it's hollow.
there's way more than 3 dimensions. I mean, that's just, I don't think anybody can think that that's all there is.
I think there's 11. I think we can move in the 4th dimension, which is time. We just don't know how.
Yes, agreed. We can move into 4th, 5th, beyond.
I think it's possible
what they
to
are
move.
hiding from us.
I think it's possible to move forward, but I don't know about backward in time.
We're definitely moving forward in time right now, but
Right.
I'm talking about
Well, I don't think.
I mean, if you think about it, perception, all right? So if you're in the yard and you see a bunch of ants running around, those motherfuckers are hauling ass, but that's just perception. To you, that might be just walking. It's like when you see big monster movies with Godzilla and King Kong, they're like lumbering like really slow. No, they're running to them, but to us, they're just like really slow.
Well,
So it's like size is a perception. Like, so if you can look at time the same way, it's like, so if you can figure a way to speed like your molecules up or slow them down, or it's like some funky weird shit. And I'm sure magnets come into play.
They say the astronauts are forward in time a few seconds once they get into space because they go so fast.
But we have a satellite. Yeah, we have a satellite up there right now. They have to recalibrate every year.
They have atomic clocks, one that's down here and one that's with them that are identical. But once they get out in space, they're a few seconds ahead. I'm like, man, that's cool.
Yeah, there's a satellite they have to recalibrate like every year because the time difference and the speed and all that good shit.
Everybody thinks that time is linear. I don't think it is.
No.
I think it's
like, here's my thing. All right, so if the space station is orbiting in geosynchronous orbit around the planet, at 17,000 plus miles an hour, whatever it's doing, why not, turn the rockets on and turn that bitch around in the opposite direction and see what fucking happens? Go backwards. Go backwards at 17,500 miles an hour. That's do the Superman, Superman from 78 when he flew around the Earth the opposite direction and he reversed time.
That's right.
I mean, why not?
I tell you what, I have actually time traveled. There's this weed. It's called time travel. I shit you not. You will time travel when you smoke it. It's so weird and eerie. Well, and I've tried it. I let Lady Rowan smoke time because she's not a big smoker, but she tried it and she's like, "Oh my god, I just time traveled." I was like, "I told you." That's something about our brain, our perception of whatever.
We can slow down our perception or speed it up based on influences, whether chemical or even from nature, some of your other shamanic practices, right? You're transcending time in those cases. And I think one interesting thing is all the paradox is about going backwards. I agree. I don't think that we can go backwards.
I don't either. I think it's set. Once time passes, it's like solidified.
I think
Even
we
if
go forward, but
visit,
not backwards.
even if we could visit, anything we did would only cause the things that have already happened to happen.
But
Mhm.
That's not what the Hulk said in Avengers. Hey, he's pretty fucking smart and he's green.
But have you ever considered? All right, so the thing with the great I am, right? The before, the present, and the after.
Right.
How you can inhabit all of those spaces at once. That's why I think that time is not necessarily
Agreed.
linear, because we always perceive everything as linear because that's just how we perceive things. But I don't think that is actually the case, and that's where the other dimensions come in, I think.
The only time travel thing,
It's all happening at the same time. All time happening at once.
Yeah.
And God sees it all at once. Is that
Right.
what you're saying, Milt? I believe that too. And I think when we get there, we're going to be like that too.
Mhm.
We're not going to be
And
held.
we tap into the past, present, or
Like,
future.
I don't think that like a person can travel forward or backward in time. What I think is actually possible is that you can go back or forward and you can look and you can see what's going on, like watching a movie. But I don't think you would ever actually be able to interact with the space time, because then your molecules are occupying the same, what Milkmaid was saying. But you could go back and like look. I think there's a way for that, kind of like in Star Trek where they had that time paradox bullshit, where you could like go back and in the Flash movie where he sticks his head through the thing and he can look around and see what's going on. You can see it, but you can't really interact with it. You know what I mean? Which would literally be like, that would be the internet, 1,000 years from now, where you just go back. We can't change what happened in World War I or World War II. We're relying on people to make movies. Well, fuck that. We can go back and see what actually happened. Pop your head out and look what happened at the Battle of the Bulge or 9/11 and see, find the truth. But you can't change it or interact with it, but you can go back and observe. You know what I mean?
Do you think there's a multiverse then?
There would have to be. There would have to be. If you had the ability to go forward or backward and look and observe, then you would have to be able to take into account freedom of choice, left or right, up or down, backwards or forwards.
So there's just limitless universes where each of us are making these different choices. Some of them are similar, and some of them are like there's a timeline where the Nazis won and Earth looks different.
I think that's legit. I mean, why not?
Yep.
I mean, what? Fuck, why not?
I think that
I couldn't like understand it or even fathom having to like interact with other places, but it's kind of like the whole aliens thing. Are we really alone? Well, why would we be alone?
At this point, our FBI agents are like pouring copious amounts of alcohol, right?
Oh, they got a big fucking bowl of popcorn. They popped out a 6-pack. They're like, dude, listen to these motherfuckers.
they're taking notes.
Oh yeah.
But I think the structure, if we consider it a crystalline structure, like a diamond, many facets, many, cuts, a faceted gemstone, right? That's the way I kind of see space and time. And you can slide on one facet or another. It's all there at the same time in one stone.
I kind of like that theory.
Yeah.
I like that too.
But I believe Richard Byrd, Admiral Byrd, like I saw the interview many, many times. That motherfucker was speaking from the heart. Everything he said was true, or at least he believed it was true. I don't dare. Yeah, that and this was back before.
He was a career military. He was sober-minded and serious. He didn't make up wild stuff. If you look at his journal, like his notes, it was all succinct and just to the point. He didn't make stuff up. He didn't embellish. He just told the facts.
Yeah.
So why all of a sudden would he just do this?
Right.
So
he saw something.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, so somebody has to send me that.
Admiral Byrd, girl.
Remember when we were talking about Antarctica and
You went over the ice wall.
Operation Paperclip
Pulling on the
and
yard.
everything?
He flew an expedition and he
Oh,
went
yeah.
past farther than anyone had ever been. And he said once you get to a certain point near the South Pole, it gets really warm, the ice is gone, and there's a whole wide country full of vegetation and all kinds of wildlife he had never seen before.
Okay, yeah, now I'm remembering. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry,
And
I'm
then
updated on it.
Yeah, I believe every fuck. Yeah.
I mean, why is there an international treaty that no one can go past a certain point on Antarctica?
And who are you to tell me where I can and can't go?
You guys know what's the name of that website? You can go and see all the flights that are flying at any given time.
There's several of them now.
Monkey
Yeah.
Works, the Monkey Works.
I
If
think
you go on that and you go like wherever, nothing ever flies over Antarctica. Like
No.
nothing, nowhere.
Well, nothing they show.
right.
Right.
Well, they're saying it's because the treaty, and science, no overflights, this and that and the other. But it's like it's the same thing with the North Pole. I mean, it shows shit going over it, but it's ice cap, so you really can't see what's underneath it. I lean towards what Native said earlier. I think there's a fucking hole at the top and a hole at the bottom,
Me too.
like for real.
So,
Like
just
Think
legitimate.
about the physics of a swirling globe and matter and how it works. I watched a video the other day. They were doing experiments to see how globes would form, and like solid masses don't form. It forms like different, like a honeycomb structure all the way to the
Mhm.
core. And there's always openings at the top and bottom, like because that's where the poles form. That's where the swirling mass. Like you ever see those videos where you make a tornado?
Yeah.
In the water. That's what
Mhm.
happens. It forms a funnel through the center. All the mass goes out honeycomb, and then there's a hole all the way straight through.
If we were spinning, we wouldn't be a globe. It would bulge at the equator. It would have to bulge at the equator, and it would be hollow in the middle. And they've already acknowledged that the Earth bulges at the equator. They just
Yeah, they
acknowledge
have.
it.
They've already acknowledged we're in an ellipsis, not a
Because
ball.
if you're standing directly on the top and the bottom, you're really not moving.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, you might be rotating around pretty fast, but you're not moving. You know what I mean? It's going to force things away from it. Like the center line of a spin, it's going to force things away from it
Yep.
because you're going in two completely opposite directions on a pivot. So if this is the center line of the globe, this side and this side are exactly opposite, and they're going away from each other. So there has to be an opening there. According to physics, there has to be an opening in the middle. If everything on this side is going hard that way, and everything on this side is going hard that way, there has to be a separation. It's just like when you roll up to a stop sign on the hill. You have,
Centrifugal force.
if you roll up and you roll backwards and you go forward, you actually stop twice. I've gotten out of a ticket because of that when I hit a stop sign on the hill. If you pull up to the stop sign, your car rolls backwards, then you go forward, you actually stop twice because you can't go in the opposite direction without coming to a complete stop.
But doesn't centrifugal force rely on actual gravity as well?
The centrifugal force pushes
No.
away. It pushes you out, which
Right.
blows my mind with the whole gravity thing, because they're saying that centrifugal force can create gravity in space if you have a ring world and you live on the inside of the ring. And that's true. It would push you away. But if the Earth's spinning, why is it doing the same thing?
Centrifugal force relies on the movement
Yeah. And mass.
itself.
It's the centrifuge
But,
spinning.
You know what the question though? If that's true, if the hollow Earth is true, or if you believe in flat Earth, what is the question then becomes? Why are they keeping it a secret? What are they hiding?
To hide God and
That's
our
what I
true
think.
creation is
The
my
truth.
opinion. No matter what the answer is, whether it's flat, convex, concave, a goblet, up, down, hollow in the middle, spouts, firmament or not, it doesn't matter. The point is the agenda is to hide God. Whatever
What if
your
we're-
conception of God is, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to
Right,
be the
right,
Christian
right.
God.
Exactly.
What if we're
Exactly.
just in it? You remember those ant farms you could buy? You put them on your desk at work.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Watch the ants live their lives, or those biomes you could get, and you had like plants and animals in there that live forever.
Exactly, Navy vet.
What if we're in an ant farm right now, and like, you know, the cats in the hollow earth we're the experiment. They're the ones conducting it. And these
The magnifying glass.
the snake-eyed serpent people are the ones that are receiving orders. The half-breeds, you know, and they're the ones that are stuck down here. They're basically the prison guards, telling us what to do, when to do, and how to do
Think
it.
about all conspiracy theories and things. When you look at it from the perspective Roots was talking about, they all make sense and converge. Like, why is the Smithsonian hiding all the evidence of the giant beings that used
Yep.
to exist?
Right?
Right?
Yep.
You know, like
They
if
are
you
in
find giant
scripture.
skeletons on your farm, the Smith
Mhm.
people from the government show up to confiscate it. They'll compensate you and make you sign a non-disclosure agreement. And if you do say something about it, you and your whole family go to jail.
Yeah.
The gravity from the mass of our planet exceeds the vector magnitude of the centrifugal force. All right, that makes sense. But here's the thing: all of our math, all of our physics, all of our science, everything, all these things that we know as fact or, you know, supported hypotheses now are based on somebody just trying to figure out why something works. It doesn't mean it's right. It just means it checks enough boxes. That's one thing I love about science. And I've told my kids in science class, when I'm doing certain tests and stuff, I said, it really doesn't matter what you put the answer down, just support your answer and I will call you correct, because science is not fact. Science is based on hypothesis. Hypothesis is an educated guess. So show me facts that back up why you think what you think about whatever topic it is, and you got the question right. That's the whole basis of science. You know, so we don't know what gravity is. We don't know how things in the universe work. All right, do this. How about Universal Picture Studios? You know, back in the fucking 20s when they're doing the intro to their movies and you've got the spinning globe Earth. How'd they get the dimensions right? We hadn't been to space yet. We had no satellites. Nobody been up there to take a picture of the Earth. But yet in the 20s, their spinning globe model Universal Pictures Studio. How did they get the dimensions right? I mean, if nobody been up there, if nobody knew what it looked like, then how the fuck did they, you know? And they're saying, you know, the moon landing, did we land on the moon? I don't think we went to the moon at all. I really don't. This is because of the Van Allen radiation.
No.
I don't think we
I'm
did.
just waiting for Rescue to start blowing a volcano right now. I know he's in here.
I really don't think we went to the moon.
Don't
here's the
do
thing.
it, Ghost. Don't do
The
it.
most important scientific discovery, the most important movement that mankind has made ever in the history of existence is going to the moon. Why aren't we still there? Why don't we have a base? Fuck a space station. Go to the moon. It's cheaper.
Yeah, I think there is a base on the moon, and the moon is hollow. That's been proven. That's fact.
It's not hollow. It's a megastructure. It's a megastructure. It's hollow on the inside. It's a megastructure. It's a satellite. There are actually biblical writings and historical writings of how this Earth was before the moon was here. People were on this planet before the moon was in the sky. It's in several cultures when they talk about before the moon was in the sky.
Yep.
It's hollow. They said it rang like a bell when they crashed that fucking rocket into
hours.
it.
For hours.
It rang like a bell. It's hollow.
Yep.
You know, the whole conspiracy theory that the moon landing was fake was started by the government. So why would you trust that? The government started that conspiracy theory. That
the moon landing was fake?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
It's like I look at the videos and I'm like, that's a dude wearing wires, man.
Because they don't want people looking too close at the moon.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. All right. I see it from I see your perspective. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So somebody went there. It just wasn't the cats that we see on the screen.
Yeah.
I think they found something when they landed on the moon.
Yeah, they found something. They built bases, and the people we see on the screen are the representatives for the media.
There's supposedly some radio transmissions from Armstrong and the other cats that said, yeah, they're here. They're on the rim. They're watching us right now.
Yep.
Watching.
I think that's where. Now, y'all stay with me. I don't want to lose some of y'all, but I think the moon is where Lucifer rules his kingdom and watches the earth and sends out his demons to.
That's like his seat, his throne.
Mm-hmm. Dark side of the moon makes sense.
Yeah.
He's called the Prince of the Power of the Air. It talks about spirits in high places.
What is it
that would make sense?
An eye in the sky.
For the fallen angels that started the giant race, Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki.
And
Well, that would make sense because if you're being cast out of the Garden of Eden, what if the Garden of Eden was the inner
dude,
earth? What if the Garden of Eden was the inner earth and
I
you're
heard
being
a
cast out?
very fascinating.
Get it?
Yeah.
Cast
Theory.
out.
The
Getting
Anunnaki
cast-
would have come from Mars, by the way, not the moon.
Getting cast out to the outside of the planet, the outskirts, the outside. Cast
No,
out
the
to the
Anunnaki come from the 10th planet in our solar system,
Oh, Nibiru.
Have you-
Nibiru.
Have-
Okay, Nibiru. Well, there is a Mars group, if not the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
But the moon is the ones we.
The reptilians
we
are from
people on
Mars.
the moon.
Yeah,
I'm
Mystics. We get kind of deep when the four of us are talking about something. We go
Yeah.
there. We go all over it.
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
I'll go all the way down. Let's go.
But I mean, think about it. All right, so if all right, according to the Big Bang Theory, everything just exploded. And according to that theory, that means that everything in the universe is moving away from everything else in the universe on that trajectory. So the moon is moving away from the sun, or excuse me, the Earth is moving away from the sun's moving away from the center of the universe. The moon is moving away from the Earth. I think it's like 3 centimeters a year, something like that, or a couple centimeters a year. The Earth is moving away from the sun. So if that is true, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. So a few billion years ago, Mars was in the habitable zone, and we were where Venus is right now.
Yes, Mars was
Which means
habitable.
that
Right.
theoretically, according to physics, Mars was habitable. Mars could have supported life. Here comes the movie,
Okay.
John Carter, life
There you
started
go.
on Mars, life evolved from Mars and moved to Earth. There was a big war. We've got the proof of water on Mars. You got polar caps, the whole 9 yards. So Mars, according to the model of the universe, Mars moved out of the habitable zone
Yep.
and Earth moved into the habitable zone. So
Oh,
according to that logic, then Venus is coming in behind us. But Venus is super hot. That's the hottest planet in the solar system, according to science.
well, somebody else also asked about Uranus.
yeah. I was about to say, it won't be long. We'll be in Uranus.
Right?
Y'all,
Going
if
deep.
y'all were really scientists, you would know it's Uranus.
I
Oh,
know, but that's
I-
not fun to say. You're in us. That's worse.
But all right, Ghost, I hear you though. Like the different planets were habitable at different times, and I do agree with that. Like we have the gas planets, like Jupiter, and
Like the gas planets never harbored life. Not like in
yeah,
our
they
system,
wouldn't
but
have
they
been
have
holding the
for-
life. But Venus, Mars, Earth, we had, I think, been colonized. Some of these stories that come out of Sumeria, they all root the Bible. Honestly, they are all synonymous. They all funnel down to the same idea that we come from the heavens, that there
Right.
were wars in the heavens.
Right.
And
I think it was Mars.
Have y'all?
yeah, I think I think it's more complicated than we think.
Have y'all ever checked out the channel Metatron?
Yeah,
Or is it Metatron? Yeah.
yeah, Metatron. Yep.
No, Native.
No, I never heard of it.
Okay, so he's like a historical linguistics something or other, but
Mhm.
he does these videos. Well, he did one that I thought was really interesting, and I will listen to pretty much everything, but I'll take things with a grain of salt always, whether it's scientific, historical, anything like that, right? But he was talking about the Garden of Eden and that whole fall of man, and then the woman was taken from the rib that you hear in like the Bible, but
Right.
the literal translation was a curved bone. Well, your iliac crest and your hip bone is a curved bone, and that's also where you have a store of your what's it called? Stem cells.
Oh.
Yep.
And it was a very interesting deep dive. He also did one on angels and demons, which was really interesting too.
Yep. His angel ones are good.
Yeah.
And you and I discussed the Adam and Eve
What's it
one.
called?
was
Metatron?
really interesting.
Metatron.
Metatron.
Yeah, Metatron.
He's I
Okay.
love he's one of those that you can't listen to on 2X though, because of the way that he talks, the cadence and his accent. But
Mhm.
Is he from Italy or Greece? I can't remember. Virginia.
He's got a tint to him, but he breaks things down linguistically, which is the reason that I'm drawn to him. It's very
Yeah.
academic. He's not like floating off on a cloud in theory land. He's breaking down the language and the colloquial context of how certain terms were used, and
It was very
that's what makes it engaging. Yeah.
well. It was extremely interesting because I was thinking about all the different theories that float around out there, and I was like, I could see how that could play into some of these theories.
Hmm.
Really freaking interesting.
Did I miss anything good?
No,
Tons.
just the fall of man. We're good.
All right. So if there wasn't like a higher life form that shaped what we are right now, all right, then somebody please explain to me what the fucking octopus is.
An alien. Everybody knows that. Octopi are aliens 100%.
They should not fucking be here. Nothing about that thing makes sense at all.
Like
They're
Every single cell in its
basically
body has its own brain. I mean, it's like nothing about that. Have you seen the video where they put it in a jar and close the lid and the motherfucker just unscrews it and gets out?
Yep.
Yeah.
They have like
Cephalopods are
In the
smart
one
as
where they had an octopus in an aquarium on this side of the room, and there were fish in an aquarium on the other side, and the fish kept disappearing. And so they put a video in there,
I
and
saw
then
that
saw the
video.
freaking octopus climb out of his tank, go across the floor into the snatch a fish, eat it, and then go back in his tank.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Smart, man.
Like crazy.
What was
Mhm.
that movie that it was like it had freaking I can't remember any of their names. The actors. Ed something or other. The one that played Polak or that painter. But
Oh, the one that played Jackson Pollock, Ed
you're
Harris.
yes. That guy.
Yeah.
Those
Yep.
were deep sea divers and then they went way
Oh, the abyss. You talking the abyss?
the abyss. Yes.
Yes, I know what movie. Yeah.
It
That is a
made
good idea.
it
That was
actually
a good movie.
thinking about that. Like, what if there were aliens under the ocean?
On the
Yeah.
ocean floor.
Why not? We've explored like what 3% of the ocean.
Right.
We know nothing about the
Nothing.
Nothing.
Like here's one of my call it conspiracy theory. Here's one of my thoughts on. I think the megalodon is still here right now. I think, and I'll tell you why.
yeah.
Kraken too.
From when I had my aquaponic system with my fish, I
Mhm.
noticed something about the way fish behave. The water column that they live in, that they're happy in, it changes the older that they get.
Really?
Right in the water column where they hang out, it changes. So when I see like a great white shark, everybody's like these big great white sharks, they're jumping up out of the water, they're killing the seals, they never fucking die. I mean, they legit can live for fucking ever. So why do they only get to be like 20 something feet? And then I'm like, wait a minute. All right, so we talked about megalodon. That what if a megalodon is just a grown up fucking great white shark? All right, so they're huge. The large animals, the large, huge, massive like blue whales, and they live like they're like deep ocean dwellers. Honestly, I think like great white sharks, once they get to be a certain age, they just go deep in the ocean. I think they just go down and they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I think that the megalodons are just really grown up great white sharks that are in the deep water. I think great whites are the young megalodons that are just swimming around on top.
Like a Moby Dick
That's
kind.
pretty good. Did
kind
you
of
see The Meg? Have you seen that movie, The Meg?
Yeah.
The what?
The first one was awesome.
But-
The second one sucked.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the second, but I had this theory even before then because like great whites are just badass. So it's like, how come they get to a certain size and then we just don't see them anymore? Because here's my thing. Nobody ever like, you don't see just like 20-foot great white sharks washed up on the beach dead, from old age. They just get to a certain size and then we just don't fucking see them anymore.
Right.
And then you get all these pictures of these huge fucking, because we don't know we don't have no fucking clue what's in the depths of the ocean. You know what I mean? So what if like the great whites just live like around the surface until they get to be a certain size, and their bone structure gets strong enough where they can withstand more depths, more pressure, and they just go down looking for, you know, like bigger shit. What if all the
Bigger
big
food.
stuff is on the fucking bottom? You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Like the small
No, it
stuff
makes
on
perfect
top.
sense.
The deeper you go, the bigger it gets, and it's
Yep.
like,
Well,
I don't know.
I wonder how the cell structure is for the deep living sea creatures versus the ones that are up above, because that kind of pressure, I mean, it reminds me of divers and the way that they're
Hmm.
like decompression sickness and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if that is something that occurs with them as well, whether there's
Well, like, yeah, I think it does, but it's like we have to have oxygen, which plays a big part in pressure and how it works on your body. All right, because it's called atmospheric pressure. But like in the ocean, they don't need oxygen. Like they they got the gills, they do the water, and they get their oxygen from the water. So it's like, and why? Who's to say that the older it gets that their bodies don't just genetically change to be able to deal with the pressures? I mean, because we've seen life
You mean
forms at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, you know,
like
and that pressure is insane.
like gene switches? This is by far the nerdiest conversation I've had on YouTube.
Sasquatches are the descendants of Cain.
And they are cross-dimensional. But back to the large animals in the sea, I think it's adaptability and a sort of evolutionary process where their bodies adapt to that ability. What's interesting, I just saw the other day, it popped in my thing, a video of a great white being eaten by a like an orca or a dolphin, and what that animal did was attack its liver. So it went and it chewed out the liver
Yeah.
and killed out the larger animal, which was the great white. So I'm wondering if, you know, I mean, they are preyed upon one way or another. They're animals that know what weak spots to go for. Then they get thoroughly eaten and the bones simply sink.
It's possible. It's possible, but we find dead whales floating on the ocean all the time, and we find them
Yeah.
washed up on the beach all the time. When somebody tell me when the last time you saw a 20-foot or 12-foot great white just like washed up on the beach, died of old age or whatever. I don't know. I honestly, I think those are just baby megs. I really do. I think they're baby megs.
How often do we see anything from the ocean just up on
They-
the shore dead? And if you do, then you have an ecosystem problem.
It's not like they all float, because
Right.
I mean,
Well, yeah, everything sinks after a while, but I'm just saying, like it just doesn't make any sense. Because here's the thing: like radiation, the end of the world comet hitting the planet, none of that shit would fuck with a fucking shark. Like the radiation after, I think 50 meters in the ocean, it doesn't penetrate. Like, so if you're a life form living on the plankton and shit floating on the top of the ocean, yeah, it's gonna fuck with you hard. But if you're like a deep sea dweller, like, I mean, what's gonna fuck with that? We don't even know what the fuck's down there.
Mhm.
Sharks can't breathe unless they're swimming.
Yeah, they have to move.
really, I
Mhm.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, see, punching a shark is on my bucket list.
Okay.
Go to Ripley's Aquarium. Get it on.
Man, I went to one in like Florida. Got to pet the dolphins and crap like that. It was like an anniversary gift. We went and did that. But they had these little sharks, and I was like, "Ooh, I could just do it
You're gonna pile drive it.
out." And it's kind of a thing to do.
No, you
Sharks-
didn't.
Dolphins scare me more than sharks, man. Because dolphins rape.
Yeah, dolphins are fucking. They're perverted, sick, nasty motherfuckers, man. Dolphins are fucking insane.
And they'll do it for pleasure.
Yeah.
They'll
Yeah.
fuck you and
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah.
Oh God, Virginia.
They like it more when you struggle.
Hundo.
Is it that
I mean, it's like, think about it. Look at the giant squids they said didn't exist. Now we know they exist.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, and it's crazy because they live in the deep ocean, but yet they can come up to the surface. So there is some way inside of them that deals with the pressure differential. You know what I mean? So why can't a shark do it? I mean,
I don't know.
I
Well,
mean, why not?
back to the dolphins. Why is it that more highly intelligent creatures tend to be more vicious? Have you ever thought about that?
I think
It-
violence comes from
It's not
creativity.
always the highly intelligent creatures. I mean, my ex-wife was not intelligent at all. She was really, really vicious.
Well, I mean, there's some that's just like a base character, but I think Native had a point. The creativity. Isn't that wild though? Like it kind of disappoints me.
But look at the great apes.
Mhm.
Super capable of great violence, even against each other. They war against each other. I mean,
Oh yeah, they get organized and get fucking shit done. They go to war like people.
When's the last time that you saw a sloth be evil other than me?
just
Oh,
yeah,
a what?
a sloth. That's a good point.
Oh, sloth.
I mean, that's only just in memes. Otherwise, it just doesn't do shit.
Well, great apes fighting each other tells me they have a sense of self-identity. Otherwise,
Okay.
they wouldn't war.
Well,
So
they're things like a tribe mentality.
awareness.
They have a tribe mentality. They protect their own. It's like the ones over where is it in Indonesia somewhere where a dog killed one of the baby monkeys. So the monkeys went on a fucking rampage and went through town and started killing all the fucking dogs. They were grabbing the dogs, taking them up on the roof of buildings and throwing them the fuck off. You didn't see that?
No.
That's
Oh my
crazy.
god, it's all over the fucking news, man. The monkeys went fucking
Personally
ape shit.
offended.
Have
They
you
went
seen
through town,
the
they were
videos where
killing
the
all of them.
baboons kidnap puppies and raise them as pets? And
Oh,
then
yeah.
they're like
I
guard
know.
dogs for the
Yeah,
baboons.
just like we
It's
do.
fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I miss
Oh yeah.
everything now.
Crazy. Dude, we should do like a stream every week where we get on here and talk about crazy and nonsensical bullshit like this.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
about
Another thing I think about with violent animals is and I wouldn't even use the word violent. I think that's a misnomer. Like the meat eaters, they find a way to get protein, like the orca going after the liver of the great white. They knew it was a lot of protein. They knew they had to disable the enemy. They knew or the harvest. I don't want to say enemy. That's not my point. But I think maybe meat eaters, animals who require that protein and seek it, appear more violent to us because look, when you watch a wild cat in Africa chase down a gazelle or a zebra and slay it, take it down by the neck, they know what spot, sit there, eat it raw, the whole pride comes, right?
They go
It
for-
appears violent, but really they just fed a whole community, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but that violence is like you just said, it's not violent to them. They're just living. I
Mhm.
think what Milk was bringing up was like with the dolphins, they do it just for sport. And what human are violent, we're mean to each other, not because we need to be, but some people, because some people are just mean. They're just violent.
Mhm.
Well-
It's not out of necessity. That's why we're like, it comes from the creative. Like when the chimps war against each other, they don't have to. It's just all of a sudden the males, there's something clicks in them and they leave and they in a troop and they go into the neighboring territory, not because they're hungry, not because they're starving, and they find a rival chimp and they beat him to death and rip him apart and eat him there and then go back to their territory.
Is it? Oh. Well, you know what's interesting about cats? Because I got really pissed off with my cats one time. They brought this baby rabbit up and they were just freaking torturing it to death. Now, I have no problem butchering rabbits, eating them, all that stuff, but I don't like the way that they torture animals. And it kind of bugged me, so I Googled it, of course. And basically, what a cat is doing when it's playing with the animal that they're killing and eventually going to eat is that they're weakening it. And then the very first thing they go for, and it's funny because I've watched my cats and they do different, but usually it's for some kind of organ meat. It's either the brain or it's the heart, the liver, all of the organs. They generally leave the gallbladder alone and the intestines for the most part. But what they're going for is the most nutrient dense part of it.
Yeah.
Liver, brain, heart.
Wow.
They have all the
sense.
vitamins there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Well, because you did the carnivore diet, right, Native?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
And plus, another
Bottle
thing too
liver.
is
I miss liver. I haven't had it in a while.
there's no such thing as a domesticated cat. You can't domesticate a cat.
you can't.
They put up with you because you feed them and they don't have to work for it. But
That's
like
true.
when shit hits the fan, you ain't gotta worry about feeding your cat.
will
Nobody in here should be prepping cat food. Okay, you don't need to prep for your fucking cat. He's gonna bring you food. Okay, you do not need to prep for your cat. Your dog, absolutely, but your cat, fuck no. All you gotta do is open the door. He's gonna go eat something. Cats are not domesticated ever. They're fucking wild. They're wild forever. Nobody will convince me otherwise. Those motherfuckers, they can be the nicest lap animal you've ever seen in your life. The other motherfuckers out in the yard. Give them 2 hours. When they come back, they're fucking vicious. They've killed at least 2 or 3 things. They don't give a fuck. The only reason they come back is because they're going to lay in your lap and you're going to pet them.
You know
They're
what?
just
Fucking
curious.
neat.
Don't you hate when people say, "Hey, you saw me in town and didn't say hi"?
Right,
I'm like, so? I mean, you gonna make it? You gonna be okay?
right.
Jeez.
Yeah, if you die, like if you died in your house and you had cats, if I had cats and Native had dogs, like day one, my cats are fucking my shit up. They're eating me. They're carving out the good part.
The
The
dog
dog's gonna wait. The dog's gonna wait like for a few days till he just can't. Like,
Nah, my dog's gonna starve to death.
he's
He
gonna
would
eat.
never do it.
but a cat,
They are
cat's
like,
gonna
He would die of depression.
look. If you hit the floor really, really hard and weren't moving, there's one of your cats is probably gonna figure a way to grab a mirror, even though it doesn't have opposable thumbs, and hold it underneath your fucking nose. And if it doesn't see fog, he's going to town. It's buffet
Dude,
time.
Buddy would find a way out of the house, dig a grave, and bury ghosts. Like have a ceremony.
oh,
Then go to Walmart and get some steaks.
Right, Buddy's different. Yeah, he's special.
you know
But
what?
a cat, man, a cat will fuck your shit up.
You know what
Cats are fucking brutal.
is more vicious than a cat?
My ex-wife.
Well, that too, but a fucking chicken.
Oh, a chicken. Dude, did you see the video where the chicken was looking at a rat? There was a rat, and he's looking at it, and he just poked him in the fucking eyeball, in the brain, and just killed the rat. The rat was like, and died. Did you see that video?
Freaking dinosaurs, man.
Dude,
No.
the rat walks up to the chicken, and it wasn't a rooster. It was just a regular laying hen, and the chicken's looking at it, and the rat's looking at the chicken, and the chicken just pokes him right through the fucking eyeball into his brain, and just the rat just killed the fuck out of the rat. Big rat, not a little, big fucking rat. Just poked him in the brain. Just stabbed him in the fucking brain. I'm like, what the fuck?
I would trust my pigs more than I would trust my chickens if I passed out in the pen.
Right?
Like, because chickens, I mean, they eat their young, like they eat each other. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen an injured chicken around other chickens, but they
Yes,
will
they
peck that
peck
thing
it to death.
to death.
Yeah.
It's insane. They have no morals whatsoever. They're bird brains.
Well, now these are the chickens that we've made. These aren't how chickens actually were. I mean, when chickens actually started before we got a hold of them, they were like the size of grouse. You know,
This man.
like all the chickens that we know, we made that. It's like watermelons. Watermelons shouldn't look the way they do. We made that shit. You know, it's
Yeah.
all been, you know, we engineered that shit. We engineered fucking chickens. Like they
We
did not.
engineered corn. Corn used to
we
be a
engineered
tiny
fucking
grass.
everything.
We engineered it over 20,000 years and made ears.
Same with wheat.
Yep.
Yeah. Like the actual real
What
chicken,
we're doing with
Like-
marijuana.
right?
Oh, we've always had that down pat. Like our people know how to prioritize.
I don't know, man. The weed that I smoked in the 80s was okay, but this stuff you get nowadays, like you just smell it and you're like tripping balls. They're
Yeah,
doing some crazy stuff with weed nowadays.
Yeah, it's
not if you grow your own.
kind of scary.
Oh shit! I
Ooh.
forgot. Wait a minute. I got to give a shirt away. Y'all come on here and got me talking all Star Trek.
I
Oh,
know, right?
crap. I'm
It's only
sorry.
been 2 hours. We're good.
All right, let's give a shirt away. Let's give a shirt away. All right, I'm gonna give a shirt away. Or excuse me, I'm giving away a $15 off coupon away. So if you win the drawing, if you win, send me an email. I'll give you a code. Go on the site, order anything you want. It doesn't have to be a shirt. It can be a hoodie. The reason I'm doing this instead of doing the shirt is because a lot of people were like, hey, can I get a long sleeve? Hey, can I get a hoodie? So this way, $15 is the base price of a shirt. So it's a $15 coupon. You can just get a $15 shirt. You can upgrade to a long sleeve. You can upgrade to a hoodie, whatever you want. It just subtracts $15 from your total. So what are you people doing numbers? I ain't said go. Miss Fish did.
People do a lot of spite now.
Yankee, you know how it works.
Everybody's like, it's about time. We came here to win shirts, and y'all talking about the universe and stuff. Awesome rate.
And these people, they know the rules and they're still typing in numbers.
Petty. I love it.
And we spent the last hour talking about, genetics and how we've gotten smarter and the smart animals and the monkey. And you just, we're talking about monkeys are so fucking, oh my God, they're evil. They kill dogs. You guys can't even follow instructions. And you're wondering why,
Instructions.
Planet of the Apes. Oh my God. Now we know why. We're regressing. We are regressing here. All right. So you're going to win a $15 off coupon. If you win, email me. I'll give you the code. Log in, do your thing, whatever you want. It is what it is. I don't give a shit. Whatever it is, just subtract $15 off the price. The only number on my hand is the one earlier that Angela B won with. I'm going to write a new number down.
Doc Mac went with pie. I love pie.
Nice. Very sophisticated, Doc.
Yeah, love that.
Oh, 3.14.
Mm-hmm.
No, you went for the whole
3.1 for 159.
Digits into it, yeah. Or
You can buy a book of pie, and it's literally page after page after page of the continued equation. It's like 3.1415, and it just goes and goes and goes.
See,
I don't know, maybe for like 100.
I was going to write that book. That was my idea.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Seriously?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that book made the bestsellers list.
Did it?
Wait till the next volume comes out.
Did it end dot? I mean, an
No, it had to have, right? Like it had to have, but they
to be continued. To be continued. Volume 1, yeah.
And so on.
Right. Okay. A number between 0 and 100. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Go.
I hope somebody wins.
And Ghost has goo in his hand. Goo.
Holy shit.
Goo.
Y'all ain't right.
Goo.
Ruth.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Corn Pops out.
What the fuck?
Right out the gate.
My shit just locked up. What the fuck?
Oh,
really?
Everybody should just keep putting the number 11. Nothing
All
else.
right, let me go back to the top. Here, if I can find it.
Dude.
All right.
Watch it be 11.
jumping.
You know what would have been funny if we'd have did this before we started talking about all that stuff? Just not even pay attention to the numbers. It's like 2 hours.
Just make them wait and suffer. It's like
holy crap.
Terry Johnson. Terry
Nice,
Johnson,
Terry.
number 17.
Nice.
Terry Johnson. Congratulations, Terry.
What kind of shirt you gonna get, Terry?
Congrats. That was fast.
Yeah, it was. Last week, the very first fucking answer was the right one. Who was it? It was who was it? Last week, very first one. Oh, it was Angela B's daughter-in-law. Kelsey, she got the as soon as I said go, boom, she popped in the number. I was like, holy shit, that's never happened before. Terry Johnson, number 17. Congratulations. Email me. Miss Sharon, if you could drop my email address, it's ghostprepper1369@gmail. Email me. I will respond with a code. And then you just go to the website, pick out whatever you want. At the very end, at checkout, it says enter your code, enter the code, and it'll give you $15 off. Congratulations, Terry.
Congratulations.
Terry, is that your first time winning? Can't remember. Thank you, Miss Sharon. Man, Miss Sharon is awesome.
Man, they wanted that t-shirt because they listened to us go on and on about the craziest. That was
Right.
Yeah, they stuck around for that. That's what we should do every week. Just like drag them on with bullshit for like 45 minutes and then give away a shirt.
Clickbait.
Like you hung in there to the end. You hung in there all the way to the end. And And guys, Native, what did you fucking do on Thursday?
Uh-oh.
I forgot to do the
Yeah.
giveaway Thursday. I really did.
You want to do it now?
Not really.
Yes, I love that answer. Fuck yeah, snap.
Sassy.
You know what though? Your commercials are the shit. Straight
Right.
up.
Thanks. I got so many ideas. I just don't have time to record them. Like for funny
Look.
commercials.
Look,
Y'all remember when commercials were always funny? Like you'd laugh at them. And
Yes.
I miss that. Now it's like you got to watch like every commercial. There's all kinds of mixed race couples, and I don't know. There's a political message involved, and you're gay by the end of it. And
Yeah.
Or more.
We need some sham wow action, you know, like a classic infomercial. Remember that lady with the perfect red nails that would make shit in the plastic cup with the inversion blender? You can whip cream. You can do it. You know what I'm talking about? That bitch was the shit.
look at Kevin Ramsey. Can we have these kinds of lives more? Look at Militant Roots. You guys should talk crazy shit more often. That's good stuff.
We went all over the place.
So he's calling us
it was
crazy.
fun.
Right?
You got to have the right panel, though.
Right?
Like
I
You gotta have the right
we're-
psychos.
yeah, you got these two intelligent ladies who are tapped into this type of stuff because they watch and research on it. Me and Ghost watch and research different channels on it.
Oh, y'all are light years ahead of me. I just
I
have
don't think so, sis. You watch a
Man, you
Metatron.
just got to be
and-
willing to go there.
Optimus
It's
Prime and
all about
stuff,
having
I
the
mean.
openness to go there. You know?
You know, I commented on one of his videos once and I accidentally said Megatron.
Did you really?
Yes.
I
Yes.
bet he gets that a lot, though. I bet he's used
No, I watched some. Actually, I think it was BB Bug Out Bushido who told me about Megatron. Not Megatron, Metatron. Virginia turns me on to some cool channels too.
Who
What
knows what
I
we're
heard her
watching
say
all
is that
day.
I turn her on. That's all I heard.
That's all you heard.
Now
Virginia
that you
turns
said
me
that,
on.
that's all
when
I heard
see
too.
that. Right?
Totally.
All right, Native, you gonna pick a number? How's this gonna work?
Let me think.
You
We
gotta.
always do the number. Let's see who was paying attention to what we were talking about.
Oh shit,
Ooh.
he's gonna fucking do something crazy.
I know the number.
Love this.
All right, let's see. We talked about so much, so I'm just going to make it simple based on something we talked about. What was the name of the admiral that we were talking about who flew the plane over Antarctica?
Ooh. Dude.
Yeah,
Oh, a
that's
name
one.
a number.
And you better spell it right. You better spell it
Yeah.
right.
I want to put it in so bad.
Actually, you don't have to
That's
spell
what
it
he
right.
said.
Just say it right.
Yep.
Who was the
Oh,
admiral?
man.
Corn Pop. Whoop. Let me double check.
No, I
Nope.
think
Navy
Kevin
vet.
Ramsey, actually.
Kevin Ramsey.
Oh,
Navy
wait,
vet.
Navy
Rescue.
vet. Wait, hold on. Rescue.
Rescue. Congratulations, Rescue.
Yep.
Rescue, you win. Send me an email. I'll send you a code.
I should have made it harder.
That's what he said.
He said that? He should have made the other one harder? That's what
The
he
bird,
said?
bird.
Yeah.
Bird is the word.
Hey, you know the third Godzilla versus Kong movie
Uh-huh.
when they did the whole Hollow Earth thing? I really liked it. They should have just slowed down a little bit and explained what was happening. You know, when they breached the core and gravity inverted.
They should
and
have.
then if they would have slowed it down a little bit more, it would have been easier to follow because I knew what I was expecting and I was like, "What the fuck?" They just crashed and didn't crash.
They should do a whole movie just on the Hollow Earth and explore it and show how it works and everything.
That would
Who
be
cares about Godzilla?
awesome. Yeah, that would be kick ass.
I've seen this.
Yeah, the what?
It's on Netflix now. If you got Netflix,
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, You haven't seen it?
I used to mooch off my daughter's Netflix account.
You could probably watch it on YouTube. To be honest.
Yeah, no shit. But like the whole Hollow Earth part, that was my favorite. The rest of the movie was bullshit, like legitimately bullshit. The fight at the end was pretty good, but the Hollow Earth part was good. They just didn't spend enough time on it. The only light at the end of the tunnel was the movie ended with them in the Hollow Earth, and that's where Kong lives now, and they had a station there. So I'm
Really?
hoping that on the next
Yeah.
movie they're going to
Yeah,
build
an
on
axe,
that.
too. His axe was badass.
Oh, that axe was fucking sweet.
Hmm.
Yeah, so damn. Terry said, Ghost, I emailed you already as I'm excited because I know what I want. What do you want? Let me guess. What do you want, Terry? You want that native shirt? You want what do you want?
Ooh, that would be a special shirt right there. I never did see the front because like it was small.
Oh, hang on, native. Let me make you big screen. You can show her the shirt. The front, the back,
Ooh.
the sides. Because I'm very proud of this shirt.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wait till you see the sleeves.
Well, yeah, I saw the sleeves.
Oh, that's cool.
Anarchy Ghost, the feathers, and on the back it says what? Let
Wow.
your voice be heard.
Y'all, that's a sweet fucking shirt, dude.
Man,
Ah, Terry won't touch his new shirt. Yeah, Hutch's shirt is badass. I ain't
It
gonna
is.
lie.
Man,
I want one of those too.
I've
Hutch's
got
shirt
a
is
Hutch
badass.
shirt, a Cherokee shirt, a Corn Pop shirt, a Ghost shirt, a 2A shirt, a Moose Man shirt. Like I've got all those, but that native one, I haven't got a native one yet, and I haven't got a backwoods one yet. And that dude, that one right there is badass.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking sweet.
What's the new Hutch? I didn't know there was a new Hutch shirt.
What? Hang on, I'll pull it up. Yes.
what you need to do is you need to offer gift cards or gift certificates or gift codes for people to order for Christmas. Just saying.
Now you're telling me. Like,
Well, it's true. Be like,
It's only December
That's a
what?
good idea.
it's December 2nd. So that's a good idea. I would say by next week is probably your last chance for that, but like a holiday something. What's up,
Miss Sharon.
Oslander?
Miss Sharon says,
Auslander
Ghost,
Jack,
might as
what's
well just
up?
go ahead and print a shirt for me. Auslander, what's going on? Hang
Yeah.
on, I'll
Dang,
Hutch's
sound like
shirt.
you answered. Y'all hear that?
No, what?
I think it was someone's dog.
Oh no, that was my child. He is an animal.
Sorry, it sounded like a chihuahua. Like,
Growling. Yeah, yes, it was. He likes to
okay.
make like aurora sounds. He loves dinosaurs
Oh,
and,
okay.
stuff.
Gotcha.
And yeah, that's funny. I didn't think you guys could hear it. Dude, I wore my Cherokee shirt to my mom's house yesterday, and people have complimented. I've worn ghost shirts to several family events actually, but so my mom comes up and she's like, "Oh, that's a cool shirt," and then she points at the sleeve and she goes, "Why is the flag backwards?" And I was like, "Mom,
Did you
the
explain
flag
it?
is not backwards on the, you know what I'm saying?" Like,
It's all
and
forward.
I was kind of giggling because I was like, "Girl, this is a debate." Oh, I see the Hut shirt. Cool.
Oh, see, okay, so this is why, Ghost, because I keep wanting to wear your t-shirts to class, but I can't.
Yeah, most of them you can't. Look, trust me, I get kids all the time at school. Hey,
Why
what's your
not?
website? I'm like, yeah, you can't
Why
see
can't you
my
wear
website.
this to paramedic school?
Well,
I'd wear it.
so like
It doesn't mean you're smoking it.
we had to spend like 15 fucking minutes, pardon my French, going over all the things that you can't wear to your
Are you serious?
at the hospital. People have
Oh,
worn
okay.
shirts. They've
Are
worn.
you doing your clinicals now?
Yeah, I finished all of them. Thank God. Apparently, I have a white cloud, so I'll come in when I show up, which is bad if I need patient assessments, but good for the fact that people aren't getting sick or whatever. But like, yeah. But yeah, people will wear the most insane things to an emergency room. for their clinicals. So she had to go through it. She goes, you can wear a polo shirt. Please don't wear a polo shirt with a big freaking marijuana plant on it. She goes, I know it's funny. I know it's cute, but you can't do that in the hospital. I thought,
Well, that makes sense. I thought you meant like in the actual classroom.
oh, the clinicals are like when you go, you ride with the ambulance and you go to calls.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Or you work in the emergency room.
yeah.
Wait, Milkmaid, you typed bird in the private chat at 11:33. Did you beat rescue?
I might have, but he can have it.
No, he just said in the chat he wants Ghost to give it away to somebody.
What?
He says, Ghost, how about you give this to someone else tonight, and I'll go for one in a couple of weeks. That way someone that is able to use the discount now can use it.
Boom.
That's
We
awful
give.
nice of you.
Lady,
Rescue to the rescue.
I think Ladysmith was the next one. Was it 17? Or
Yeah, but I think we should do a whole new game. I mean,
All right. I think Root should
Rescue?
pick the question from what we were discussing.
ooh,
Ooh, rescue! I sent you the link. Get up here and do the damn thing, brother.
man.
Crocs.
What up, Crocs?
I was just fixing to ask you, has anybody heard from the kid lately?
He, I think, might be coming to the meetup, and I want you to meet him, Native, because you will fucking love that kid.
Yes, sir. Crocs
What
is solid.
One
Crocs is solid.
smart guy.
That's the kid. That's the kid.
Ka-chow.
I just dropped the link.
You will love this kid.
That's true. Rescue could tell us like a game to play.
I
A
love
question
everybody.
of trivia from the conversation.
Well, not everybody, but most
Like-
people.
Paying attention.
If my daughter liked Crocs, then I would be okay with her. Like
Wow. It's on that level?
that level. Mhm.
I don't have a son, but if I had a son that liked Crocs, I would be
Oh!
Have a good night, Leslie.
Good night, Leslie.
Crocs is solid. Crocs is a good kid, man. He's all right. The kid is all right.
I spent 9 days traveling around with him all the way out to Missouri and back, and I didn't not like him at any point.
You did not like him. You just double negatived.
I
You made
don't,
it a positive.
Not
I-
like him.
but like, no. He's
Hey, two negatives equal a positive. Did not. That's two negatives
Gotcha,
equals a positive.
It is getting late. I got to work in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh,
study. I've got an exam tomorrow.
on Sunday?
It's like you can take it home. So like for this,
Oh,
so the deadline is midnight.
You should do it on a live stream and we'll all help you.
Yeah.
It's
That's
all
a good
about
idea.
pediatric, geriatric, and
Are you getting the actual like paramedic degree, or are you just getting the certification so you can
I'm
get your shield?
so EMT. So that's like a baby paramedic.
EMT one? Yeah.
So just basic? You're not getting
Yeah, I'm doing sick, but I got hired on. Well, if I pass my like medical physical thing, the blood tests and all that stuff. But if I pass all of that, then I get on with the fire department because they've already given me like a conditional letter of
Mhm.
employment. So then I go through their academy for 7 months. But they have an accelerated paramedic thing that you can do in like 6 months. Which I would have no life at that point, but yeah. Because normally it's like a 2-year thing, but
Mhm.
yeah, I like it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Rescue.
What's
Hey.
up?
Ooh.
Rescue to the rescue.
I don't know about all that. I'm proud of you, Milkmaid.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Me too. Me too.
I'm
Definitely.
not. I'm ashamed of you.
Phil, fuck you.
Gotta be an outlier.
I'm just kidding.
I know. It's no. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I don't know. Just pick a number. ever pick another question if you want, Native. I just think that way, if somebody that can use that coupon right now, that way it can.
Roots, Milk, y'all come up with a question from what we were talking about.
All
Ooh.
right. That's deep.
Virginia, you got this.
Y'all can talk about it in private chat if you want to
Ooh.
be cloak and daggery.
Cloak and daggery. What is it with you and these fucking words you're inventing? Daggery is not a word.
I'm a writer, man. I come up with crap.
Daggery. Daggery.
It is a
Hell, we're
word.
redefining everything else. We might as well redefine some
Exactly.
words.
That could be a shirt. Don't be all cloak and
I mean,
daggery.
come on,
motherfucker.
man. Like, lady penis is a thing.
It's Crocs. What's
There's
up?
the kid. What's up, kid?
What's up?
What's up, man?
Hey, you.
What's up, dude?
Cloak and daggery. That shit's gonna stick, man. I'm gonna try to use that word in every fucking stream.
Oh,
I
no,
do.
you got to put it on a shirt now. Let's
I
be
know,
cloak,
right?
let's be cloak and daggery, y'all.
Cloakish and daggery. Ooh, cloakish and daggery. It could be a
There
new
you
movie.
go. See, another layer. Cloakish. Don't make me get
The answer
stabbed.
is pretzel. I win, and you are welcome. Good try,
Bootylicious.
Stuart.
Who said that?
Stuart.
Hey, Stuart.
There you go. You could always do one with a knife, and don't make me get to the point.
No, Roots. Centrifugal force does not.
Stop.
Okay.
We
Okay.
know-
Oh,
we
my
know
bad.
that's
My bad.
it.
I got you. So that's what it is. I feel you.
No,
My bad.
I
bad.
don't know if
Ruined
we
it.
might have just lost the game there.
Yeah, I
bad,
think
my
you
bad.
gave it away.
I didn't say it all, did I?
You weren't cloakish and daggery enough.
Well, I was
Okay.
preoccupied-ish.
All right. Let me keep thinking then. Shit.
I didn't say it. I didn't say the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, I'm kind of curious to see how the answer comes to be. Like, how does that get delivered?
Exactly.
Is that like the question, and then are we going to verify the answer?
Roots, you probably shouldn't use that question because it's yes and no.
Yeah, that's the joy of it. There is no answer.
Because it's yes and no.
I put
Since-
Man,
something.
Mandy
that's a good
ruins
one.
everything.
How many drinks does it take to get inside a black hole?
Depends on
It,
the bar.
ask Joe Morgan.
It depends the type of bar you go to.
Joe would know that.
Oh my god. All right. Let me think.
Ooh, that's a good one, Milkmaid. Or you could even say, who was his uncle?
Oh man, you'd be making them in chat, and they're going to have to be Googling the shit out on the same phone. You are totally going to jack them up.
Like, who was his uncle? That completely, totally screw him up, even though it's the same answer. Well, no, but screenplay or book? I don't know.
It was a book.
Yeah, but a different person wrote the screenplay or the movie, right?
Oh yeah,
Obviously.
Edgar Rice
Yeah.
Burroughs. Yeah. Edgar Rice Burroughs is the same guy who wrote the Tarzan books.
Right.
Oh man, you just ruined.
Oh, Native gave the answer away.
Oh, dude. Oh, I didn't know that was the thing.
Now I don't feel bad. Now I don't feel bad.
Talking
all right?
about. I'm sorry. I'll go back to being cloakish and daggery.
That,
get
that
that.
daggery starting to
Miss
slack.
Sister.
You need to redefine that word dagger.
Oh, the uncle thing might work though.
Uncle Grandpa?
Who, Bob?
Uncle Grandpa
Y'all ain't right.
rocks or did
Rabbit, how do you know about Uncle Grandpa? You watch cartoons too?
dude? Is that what it's from?
Yeah.
Dude, Uncle Grandpa was the cartoon that made me quit watching cartoons.
I thought
Come on,
I
you know,
thought
like
that was something
giant
that
flying realistic tiger.
Fucking throwing up rainbows.
Pizza Steve.
No, native. Like when we were at the Missouri meetup, I'm sitting there peeling a cow tongue, because I wanted to get Backwoods to eat it and he wouldn't eat it. Anyhow.
He didn't hear me?
Oh, he was a pussy. But anyways, like we were peeling the tongue, and AJ was over there with us.
No, that was brother uncle.
Oh, that was brother uncle. You're right. But he was feeling all good and stuff, and he said something about brother uncle, and Crocs and I were about dying at that point. I guess you had to be there, but it was funny.
I guess so.
That was funny. But when he said, "What would happen if I turned off the lantern?" and I said, "It would be dark."
AJ is fun, man. He's a good guy
Yeah.
through and through.
Okay, that's a good one, Roots.
Oh,
I don't even know what the answer to that one is, but yeah. I mean,
You sure?
wow.
I just typed the answer.
Probably Earth.
Yeah.
That's like they've gone crazy now.
I mean, but yeah, I mean, that would work.
Yeah, I know, right? Like I'm trying to think of because nothing that we talked about is answerable. You know? Like it was all theory. So I'm on that line of thought.
Jinxed right there for a moment. That happens often.
Yeah. That was a good movie, Rescue. I like that movie.
What movie?
Well, what
That
talking
you
about?
just typed in the private chat.
No, that's actually that's
No, I know what you're saying. That's the closest one to here that would be, but they did a movie. It's on Netflix or
Oh.
Amazon. It's called it's got that as the title. It's actually a really good movie.
oh wow. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's what's the guy's name? Crap.
Well, I don't know, but don't say it because then it'd be a hint.
Yeah, I better not say it. If that's what you choose to be the question.
I put
Y'all
another.
gonna tell the question? They're waiting.
Oh, that's a good one, Milkmaid. The last one Milkmaid just put up is a really good one. That should be the question.
Yeah,
That was
but what is
Oh,
the
man.
answer?
So-
Really?
That was even talked about.
Like,
It
who
was.
wouldn't even know that Napoleon.
You want to make that it? You want to make that the question?
Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Right.
food, Tina.
All right. So is that going to be the question?
It worked
If
for
you
me.
know, if y'all have an answer,
It's your choice, Rescue.
Well, I can't remember who. I can't remember.
well, but there is no
Hold
answer.
on. Do you mean to tell me you just threw a question in there that we're supposed to use as the question, but then you didn't even know really what the answer was?
You know, I
Y'all
don't.
asked the question, and I
like-
want to answer Kevin's question.
It's almost midnight. Rescue. Don't judge me.
I'm not. I'm just trying to state facts, ma'am. Just
Don't
the
be a
fact.
judge. Don't be a judger.
I see how it is. It's
Hey.
because I'm a woman, isn't it?
All right. So are we going with Milkmaid's question? The last one?
That sounds good. And I mean, because I think we all kind of know what that answer is.
It's because of the patriarchy.
But it just depends on who can type it the fastest is who's going to win.
Well,
We
this is
know
true.
the accepted answer. I'm gonna stand my ground on this principle. We know the accepted answer, but I'm not sure it's the answer. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Let's do it.
All right.
All right. So the question is in the chat trivia, something we talked about tonight.
Ready.
Who invented, and now, first one that gets it right in the chat. So get your fingers on the keys. Do that whole typewriter thing where you put your fingers on the certain buttons.
I'm gonna copy and paste it in there.
Yeah, not enough time to copy and paste. Who invented the everlasting light bulb?
Dun, 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 dun,
And
dun,
my
dun,
chat is
dun,
locked up.
dun, dun, dun,
All right,
dun,
Kevin
dun,
said.
dun, 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 dun,
Kevin
dun.
asked me and Ghost, why does splitting a molecule create so much energy? Like splitting the atom creates a nuclear blast.
Well,
Well, the nucleus of an atom is made up of protons and neutrons. And neutrons, of course, are neutral. They have no charge. Protons have a positive charge. But what we all know, when you put like charges together, they repel, right?
Right.
Opposites attract.
Yeah.
So the nucleus of an atom shouldn't be so tightly packed together, but it is for some reason. We're not really sure why. But there's all kinds of theories of gluons and all this stuff, which I think is BS. But it takes a tremendous amount of energy to hold the nucleus of an atom together.
Mhm.
So when you pull one apart, all that energy is released. We know that like the subatomic particles are made up of other things called quarks, which is theorized is energy that is super compacted together. Because matter and energy can change. Like you can turn matter into energy and energy back into matter, theoretically. So I think that's what happens when you split a molecule and all that energy is released. It's holding it together. It's called the strong nuclear force.
I now
Agreed.
feel smarter having listened to that.
All right.
And then when
All
you
right,
smash
so-
them back together, you get the
So
Higgs boson.
Milkmaid,
Fusion, right.
who invented the everlasting light bulb?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
What do you mean?
Question. What's your question?
Yeah,
question
dude, there's
there.
some answers in here. Like I'm saying, like, like
I don't
anyone
know.
can even answer that.
Well, I
Did-
think it was either Tesla or Edison or maybe some nameless person that was in a lab that they took all of their stuff from.
Corn Pop said Ted Kaczynski.
Well, let me ask you this: wasn't the statement actually even made that Edison's light bulb is still burning?
Yes. But
Yeah.
the argument is, was it his light bulb or was it Tesla's before he fired Tesla because he owned all the copyrights to all his shit?
My
Anybody
friend-
ever look into the Baghdad battery?
My
They had lights way before we're talking about. So I feel
So-
like it's an unanswerable question.
what?
Well, then
why
why
did
did we
put
pick
it?
that one?
I would say Tesla just from an accepted opinion, but like I don't know.
Mhm.
Sure.
That's what I mean by like the accepted answer or the philosophical non-answerable answer. I would say the accepted answer is Tesla. Yeah,
Me too.
Edison stole it. Others bastardized it also. Westinghouse, etc.
You know, Edison may not have been the most brilliant man at that time, but he was in a way because he managed to finagle that. You have to give him a little bit of props that
But
he
if we-
was able to manipulate the situation. And I'm
Right.
not saying manipulation is good. I think it's bad. But
If we walked into court tomorrow, the judge would say Edison is the inventor of the everlasting light bulb because he owns the patent, or he owned or owns or did own or
The
didn't own.
everlasting. This is a
Where is
terrible
it?
question. I
Still burning right now.
Is it still burning like right now?
Yeah,
There
it's still
is
burning
one
right
that
now.
is
Where?
still burning.
Where is it?
Yes.
I feel
Um,
it now.
I want to go see it.
Wherever there's
It's like 130 years or something. There is one that
Wow.
is still burning. One of the
I just
original
want to go
ones.
there with like a pea shooter, like
So I
pop
think
it.
I think whoever just put someone as their answer probably was correct.
Yeah, someone.
someone who put someone.
It's like the first filament.
I
made
think
of
we
it.
I think we buggered this one up
I
nice
don't
and
know.
good.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Corn Pop put Trump.
That works.
He wins. He got it.
Yeah,
He did it.
that's totally the answer.
He
Yeah.
did it.
He has Trump arrangement syndrome.
Taco,
I made the
taco.
best light bulb. Everyone says this. It's a great. What we did was it was great light bulb.
You got to put your thumb and your forefinger together.
It's the
Miss
brightest
Fish
ever
Sticks.
been.
Who is Adolphe C?
Adolphus
Everyone
Chalet
says
is what they're saying had the
It's
first.
still burning
patent.
right now. It's the brightest light bulb too. They don't talk about this. It's the brightest. Everyone said he was saying this the other day.
The light
tell me
coming
all the
off of
time.
it is huge. It is a
Louis?
huge light.
Louis Latimer.
So who? Adolphus Chalet, or however you say that,
Yeah,
because I've never heard of that name.
All right,
that's
Fish
the
wins. He
person
got a
with the
shirt for his
first
wife.
patent, but the first patent doesn't mean the first person to harness it.
Oh God.
But
There
then
you go.
again, we didn't. Yeah, exactly. We
All right,
it
a
was
number
who
between 1 and
invented-
50. Go.
Native already picked fish sticks, so it's his giveaway original anyway. So fish sticks, I guess.
I you know what? Fish Sticks is a committed person to the chats. I feel like this is a good call.
All right, look. Since it's debated and nobody really knows, Doc Mac, Fish Sticks, you both get a $15 off coupon. Email me.
Boom.
Do I need to
First
send
one that said Edison, first one that said Tesla. Email me. I'll send you the coupon, the code for the coupon. You can do your thing. And I can't add
That way
anything to
nobody
the existing
gets
orders because
savvy.
they're already
We don't
boxed
have to
up and
get
shipping's already
cloakerish
been done.
and daggery.
Ghost? You got
Oh.
to Cash App so I can make up for my terrible question.
What? What?
I'll cover the $15.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Rabbit's
it. I
got
got
the
it.
solution.
Fish sticks, Doc Mac, send me an email. I'll give you the code. You're good to go. That was a good question. Both answers were correct. I mean, philosophically, it was Tesla. Legally, Edison. He owns a
No,
patent.
I don't think so. I think they both stole it from a black woman inventor.
You might be right. I think it was actually I think it was a trans
Yeah,
inventor.
right. A
You know,
trans black woman. Who
We
a
was
Democrat.
inventors and shit.
I think
It was
since
a- it was-
Milkmaid screwed it up, I think she ought to just have to get everybody a shirt, and then that way
It was-
everybody will be happy.
right. It was the same trans woman that invented the perpetual hard-on. It never gets soft.
Oh my god.
It's like
Which
it's like
led to
24/7
black
wood. Yeah.
Is that oak or hickory or pecan?
and Native, getting back to the atom question. If you believe in the solar system model of the universe and how the planets work, and they're all perfect spheres and we're spinning and all this good stuff, then it would make sense that the atom would be designed that way. What if that isn't even how it fucking works? Because if you look at the molecule, if you look at an atom, it's got the nucleus. You know, it's got the positive and neutral charges, and it's got the negative charge, the electrons that spin around it, which is your gravity, positive versus negative, pulling and pushing. So, I mean, what if it's all bullshit? What if everything we've learned about the molecule, about the picture of an atom, is all horseshit?
What if atoms are flat?
That's what I'm saying. And now
What
they
if
don't
it's not really
revolve.
an atom?
Now they don't just spin.
What
They're
if
like,
it's an
according to when I was in middle school, the electrons just spin around the nucleus like the moon does around our planet. But now they're saying that's not how it works. It's a cloud. It's just this big cloud. You can't really tell where it's at. It's just somewhere in this cloud around the outside.
Yeah.
That's like,
Well, they're the ones that came up with the explanation of how we got here. So all they do is they don't want to lose no power or, you know, importance. So they're just going to shift the dynamic to fit. They're still the discoverer.
Okay.
They're still the inventor.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, how come the science fiction movies, before we had satellites in orbits with cameras that could take pictures of the planet, how come Universal Studios has the intro to their movies in the 20s before we had a fucking satellite? How the fuck did they have?
We had star mapping. So we had star mapping, and you measure the circumference of things, and then you can actually lay out, same day we did with mapping.
Well, there are some compelling evidence. Like some of the stuff the flat earthers talk about is compelling. Like there's no actual photo of the Earth from space. It's all photoshopped, all of them. I've looked.
Oh yeah,
I've looked all over for an actual photo
They're
of the
stitched
Earth.
together.
they're all garbage. They're all
But
garbage.
see, that's every shot from space because of the color filtration that they have to do in order to take the picture, because it's different there than it is down here. And so
Explain
it's like all those space cloud things, you know, when they show you all that cool colorful, that's not like they make it that colorful to separate the different, and I forgot the technical term, but it's the filtration of the layers, and that's how they're detecting things out there. So when they go, oh, it has this, it's because they're looking at the levels, and because of the density, they're saying this. Well, they're giving it a color code. That's why. So yeah, technically, I guess you can say it's all, but it's, I don't know. Nowadays, you say fact, and then it's like, oh boy, it's like almost its own little
I know,
trigger
right?
word.
Rabbit Coyote, did you Google that shit? In 1840, British, yeah, because he's got commas and all that shit. British
It's
scientists
spelled
Warren
properly
Butler
too.
developed an efficiently designed light bulb using a coiled platinum filament in place of copper. But is it still burning?
See, oh, this is so fascinating. Honestly, all of it. I think the thing is that a lot of people are realizing that they are starting to question things that they once held
Everything.
as gospel. Not to go religious or anything, but like when I realized that 9/11 was not what I thought it was in 2001, that
Right.
was my whole world shattered as far
Thank
as
you.
held as, you know, absolute. So,
Right.
Damn, bro. What
question.
was it like being alive in 2001?
No, you were just like a twinkle in your father's
Yeah,
eye.
there were no smartphones. Like YouTube didn't exist. It was the caveman era.
It's
Shit,
funny.
man, we were
got,
blasting, dude. We had just survived Y2K. We were still here.
Right.
the
What the
phones
fuck
got
would people
smarter
do
and the
without
people got
TikTok?
stupider. The phones
Yes.
got smart and the people got stupid.
I was so excited because I was almost 18 and I wanted to go to this New Year's Eve party with my new friends at my youth group or whatever. And my parents wouldn't let me go anywhere because they thought that stoplights would like stop working. And I was so pissed off. I was like, I wanted to go out with my friends. That was the biggest thing on my mind. It wasn't, food or anything else like that. But, young and dumb.
Right.
But
yeah, the whole 9/11 thing, like, I actually don't think it was an inside job. I just think they knew it was about to happen way before it happened, and they let it happen. That's what I believe.
I
To
think
cover up stuff. I think they used something that was going to happen, just like they do now with the shootings and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
They know these kids are about to do it. They let it
Well-
happen.
Well, they're the ones in the chat rooms firing them up.
Yeah.
I think that there's possibilities in all directions. I'll put it that way.
No, I do. It would not surprise me to know that side building was maybe there was some shit, because once they knew that
Building
this was
7.
being planned, and so, okay, this has high probability, this is going to go down. Well, let's be ready. So if this happens, then this can happen, and we can just go, oh, look, it all happened together. But it's like the two of them and the way that everybody now got it. Oh no, man, there was all these places. It's like, really? No, I just remember that day so clearly. And it was like, it's like the first time you go into an engagement, you don't forget that first image. You hadn't seen it before. And that first, you're just like, and it just freezes. Well, and there's just, that wasn't you can be told things and then shown things, and you'll see it for what you're hearing, if that makes sense.
The
I think that's what
Pentagon,
happens now.
the Pentagon is what made me think of.
Yeah, I don't think the plane hit the Pentagon at all.
No.
I
So
think they blew it up to cover up that, was it $2 trillion that went missing?
I remember driving through Fort Benning, right? Because we had gotten, my husband was stationed there. Like he joined the Army, went through boot camp, went through AIT, and almost immediately deployed to Iraq, right? So by the time I got to Benning, it was after his deployment. And we drove past a building, and he looked at me and he goes, you know that the people that flew the plane into the Twin Towers, they were trained here. And I was like, say what?
It's
at that
crazy.
point, I didn't know. I guess he learned shit when he was in Iraq. I don't know. But
it was strange.
Fish sticks, and who else won that last drawing?
Doc Mac.
Who?
Doc
Yeah.
Mac.
Doc Mac.
Doc Mac, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure I got that right. Yeah, if you're ever confused about 9/11, just do this. Look at the video of that plane hitting the building. The one from underneath where you're looking at it. And it's so fucking obvious. I'm going to say something right now that's going to freak some people out. Because it was United or American Airlines, right? Either one. Their colors are like red, white, and blue, and the other one's like silver and red or some shit. The plane's fucking gray. It's gray. It's not red. It's not white. It's not blue. It's not silver. It's fucking gray. It's battleship gray. The plane they show you a picture of flying into the building is battleship gray.
See, I don't remember that.
If you can Google it right now to show you the plane hitting, it's fucking gray. It's battleship gray. It's not red. It's not white. It's not silver. It's not blue. It's fucking gray.
I just remember being confused and watching that and going, what is...
Now, I think planes hit it. They were remote controlled. It's the same. I mean, we had the technology in the 60s. The CIA already had it set up. Operation Northwoods for the Cuba thing. They had already planned on. They were literally. This is public record. The CIA came up with an idea to take a plane load of college students and have them going somewhere and they were going to literally, it was going to be a remote control plane. They were going to blow it up over the Gulf of Mexico and blame it on Cuba as to force the invasion. They already had the technology. This is not hypothetical. There's videos of it where you can take a big ass passenger plane on remote control. You can take off. You can fly around. You can land it. We do it all the time with RCs.
Oh, dude, we got new drones now going off of a carrier, flying drones.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
are just launched right off the carrier deck.
I think planes hit the buildings, but that's not what brought them down. I mean, that's like throwing a fucking beer can at a wall. It's an aluminum fucking
See, but
plane.
not really, Ghost. When you look at the whole, when you go into like just regular fire structure burning, and you go through that, then you kind of take that and put it into it, and you can see it because you do have those were full tanks because they had taken off not long ago, so they hadn't done long flight.
Oh, they were full
So
tanks.
they were full. Well, that dude, and then you just got to look at everything that was in that building. So it's all the furniture, all the carpeting, all the cleaning chemicals, all the desk stuff, all the electronics, all the plastics. And as that's melting, it's going to create. That's why houses will collapse in certain areas. Once that intensity.
I appreciate your argument. I do, because it's the same argument I had until I realized, number one, the melting temperature of steel. Number two, those buildings were designed to repel multiple, not one, but multiple loaded aircraft impacts, because the World Trade Center was just hit, what, in the 40s, with a fully loaded, fully fueled B-25 bomber flew into the side of the Empire State Building, and it burned like several offices on 3 floors, and they were back at work the next Monday. The Empire State Building. Yeah, but the World Trade Centers were designed to resist multiple plane impacts. Steel reinforced, the whole 9 yards. And steel melts at a fixed temperature. Jet fuel does not burn at that temperature. Number one.
No,
Number
but
two,
you have your steam too, because those towers are steam boiler generated, which is already.
I understand that. And you're saying that full tanks of gas. And trust me, I'm on both sides of this debate. But on the impact, there was a massive explosion. Probably 60% of that fuel was gone right then, right there. It went up in the huge fireball.
Yeah,
The
you
rest
can watch
of it, they're
most of
saying-
it actually shoot out through the windows.
Exactly. The rest of it, they're saying it poured down the elevator shafts on the inside and this, that, and the other. I used to work for an elevator company. I used to remodel elevators. Dude, the elevator shafts of a building, that if shit's hitting the fan, that's where you want to be. That's like legit. That is the strongest spot you can be. But the thing is, if the heat from that fire and that explosion was hot enough to melt steel, you would not have found a passport on the street 110 floors below unburnt. It was charred on the outside, but you would not have
blown out.
found
Dude, they found all kinds of documents outside, because you can even watch them blow out the windows as the concussion hits.
exactly out the windows. But like finding something from the plane, I mean,
Well, if you're in the cockpit and you actually go into the windows, you could be slung out. I'm not saying that's what happened, and I'm not saying it could be planted because they knew that it was going to happen. But those towers coming down are totally feasible, just like the explosion in the basement. People go, see, it was a plane. It's like, no, it wasn't. That was called, when that shit started melting and those steam pipes got pinched off because they melted, then that boiler down below blew.
all I know is
boilers are
I was a
basically time
firefighter.
bomb.
I was a firefighter for a little while, volunteer, but I was still a firefighter, and I know a lot of firefighters. And I remember those videos, and the passion in those firefighters' eyes when they were giving the interviews about the multiple explosions. And I saw the videos of the squibs and the stuff blowing out the side, and they're saying it pancake. Here's what killed me. Number one, the plane was gray. Number two, that one tower.
That's United colors are gray and blue.
That one tower, the top, like the plane hit here and it tilted sideways and then came straight down. Go chop. That's not how it works. If it tilted, it would have just kept going. The whole building wouldn't have come down. This is the breaking point. It fell over. It would have just kept falling over.
Well, you
Like
got to
the
wait for
physics- the
these
physics of
tensions,
it don't
these
matter.
beams to get weak.
Yeah, but the
to make it
physics
work.
of it just don't work. I mean, World Trade Center 7 fell at free fall speed, and in Europe, was it in England? They had a live news video. They were announcing that World Trade Center 7 had collapsed, and it was on the video feed behind them. It hadn't collapsed yet.
That
And
was
it wasn't
Australia.
by a plane. And then
What's
the
really
governor, the
interesting
mayor,
about
calls the
Building
space.
7 is the contents of Building 7. It
Well, that's
contained
next
a lot of
door.
files that
It's CIA.
needed to be
See,
burned.
that's diverting from the towers to another building, and that's what me and Native were
Yep.
talking about. I see the Tower 7. I can see our intel knowing that this is fixing to be happen. And if you're going to want to cover this, and I could see that building, but those two towers, I don't know, man.
Look. In the history of the world, those two buildings are the only two buildings, steel reinforced concrete buildings, that collapsed due to fire.
Now this is, remember, here's what I hopefully this doesn't come out wrong, because I'm not trying to.
No.
But it's like, that's taking then facts that what they said that they actually built the building with is all 100%. Well, that's been proven that that's not true. Hell, well, that's even one of the things that Trump made money off of through the China thing, because so many other hotel chains filled a bunch of China sheetrock in, only to find out that it was all shit.
Yeah.
Well,
New York,
you
you're
got
going to get the
concrete
lowest
being
bidder.
done the same way.
Oh yeah.
So I know, but because it's just, I don't know, I can totally see it. I watched rigs catch a fire and melt, and you're talking about.
But they don't
half-inch
fall,
steel
they don't
tubing.
fall at free fall speed. They fell with no resistance below them, and the bottom of that building wasn't hit. They fell at free fall speed, which means there was no resistance. There was no pancaking because they
Once
weren't
it
hitting
starts, dude,
it. It
that
fell.
chunk up top becomes your weight. So that
Yeah.
whole top section,
If
it
that
wasn't
was
like
the
it
case-
came
if that was the
pancake
case,
from the top down.
if that was the case, then all these demolition companies would save a shitload of money on explosives, because they would just blow up the top 10 floors and drop it on the buildings instead of blowing it from the bottom up or from the top down, and it squibs, bing, 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 bing. Because if the top's falling, it's hitting stuff, which is slowing it down. The force is weakening. It's going to get less and less and less as it goes. But that wasn't the case with the trade centers. They fell at free fall fucking speed, bro. They were like, me personally, I can't prove it. I'm just saying, in my mind, like when it initially happened, I went.
Anytime you start to question your government, everything becomes questionable then. So then
I just don't. Yeah, were the buildings hit with aircraft? Absolutely, I think they were. But there was some other shit in the aircrafts, I think, and there was a whole bunch of shit in the building. Because why would what's his face that owned the buildings? He just re-upped the insurance, like just a few days before this happened. They were doing elevator maintenance, like.
Well, no, that's why I can see, like, it'd be no different than what they do right now. If they know that they're fixing to pass a bill that's going to, like,
there's no
allow
doubt
this and stop this, then all those people are going to take their family and they're going to sell those stocks and they're going to buy stocks in that. That's what they do. That's the war machine.
There's no doubt in my mind those buildings were brought down intentionally. It was on purpose. I believe it. I re-enlisted. I went back to Iraq after this. I was patriotic as shit and pissed off as hell. And don't get me wrong, I don't regret what I did going over there and what I did when I was over there, because it was a belief. But the belief that I acted on, I think I acted on not necessarily false information, but not the whole truth. There's something more to it. Now, I'm not saying, oh yeah, the government dropped the buildings. I'm not saying, oh, it was just planes. I'm saying neither of us are right or wrong, but the problem is we don't know exactly what happened. It's like with Kennedy. We know one bullet didn't do all that bullshit.
Well, I'm an odd spoke in all the YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, all this, the digital world, because see, I don't even give a shit anymore. That was already done. What I give a shit about and what bothers me is all the firefighters that died in that, all the civilians, all the respiratory afterwards that for decades, that nobody even talks about. Families, kids that have grown up and they have fucking disabled kids. Why? Because they got some shit all in them from all the dust. Because it's that whole that whole place. And so see, that's I think about, but that's just me.
Yeah,
and it wasn't until this that all of a sudden it was like, no, they did this. I said, but I don't even.
What was the body count? 2333 is over 2,000 people. And
that's just the impact was not to mention
that could be multiplied by a factor of 10 from all the stuff that people breathed in, because that building was built back when there were still asbestos used in those elevator shafts. I know that for a fact because I worked in that industry, and don't
forget the lead-based paint.
Yeah, We had to wear special shit for those elevator shafts with all the asbestos. But you know, that a lot of look, I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know if we ever will know exactly what happened. It's just like the Bay of Pigs. It's just like Kennedy. It's just like everything else. They never tell us everything. You know.
Well, even when they say that here's everything, you know that wasn't everything.
If they say it's the whole truth, nothing but the truth, you know they're fucking lying. Okay, it's the truth they want you to. It's the narrative they want you to believe. You know, it was bullshit. There's no fucking way in hell an aircraft, one single solitary aircraft, would have ever taken both those buildings down. Not if it would have hit them at ground level, I would be like, yep, I could see that potentially happening because you got all that heat, all that energy concentrated in one spot, and it's all going up.
Well, they tried that. They tried that before, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, 110 floors in the air, I'm not buying it. And then the Pentagon, come on. There's more cameras in the Pentagon than any other building on the fucking planet.
Well, let me ask you this. I probably don't really want to
It's-
ask it, but I
and
will.
it's
So
not
do
funny.
you think that the Pennsylvania flight then is all bullshit?
No, absolutely not.
Because I got to say that one there, it's taken me a little while to just ignore the ignorance in that. No offense to anybody that might believe that.
No,
but
I
I'm just gonna say it.
don't think
Because it's
that,
like, damn, dude, there were families that listened to their fucking family members say,
no,
they're taking this down, and so I love you. And that was
Planes
that.
went down and
Now,
without
did you-
question.
Did you hear the recordings of the
Dude,
family?
right there, the next day they were
members that
releasing them.
calling
Phone
home.
calls and
There
yeah.
were
calling
people the
home.
very next day, Ghost, that were doing this to the news camera going, this was my last message that I got from them. And you can hear it. Right. And
Yeah.
it was the next day. See, it wasn't 20 years later after the digital world had been
No,
created and
listen,
altered.
I
It was,
understand what
this
you're
is the
saying.
stuff I
heard all
remember
that.
the very day
heard-
of and after.
I heard all of that. I heard all of that. But there are also recordings of these family members calling their, it's like, what was his name? He called his mom and he said, "Hey mom, this is Bob Jones." He said his first and his last name. He was reading off of a fucking script. He said his first and his last name. He gave the message, hang on, and then you can hear a voice in the background that said, "Good job, good job, good job." Now that's been scrubbed. I haven't been able to find that video in quite a while now. But there were, and here's the thing. Back in 01, what kind of cell reception do you think you got on an airplane?
Yeah, you can't even get it now.
I mean, now they have Wi-Fi up there where you can, if you're close to certain cities, you can get Wi-Fi. But there's too many blocks that just don't fucking add up. And here's the thing.
Well, we
One of
actually
the
used to have
planes-
better signal because we had less devices down here. That's why we were able to operate on an analog system. That's why we operated on an analog system for 100 years. It wasn't
Right.
until everything increased that we had to go digital because of the bandwidth.
But the thing is that there are a lot of recordings that were out there for a while and then they just fucking disappeared. Where you can hear somebody in the background, like when you call your mom, or if you ever called your mom, "Hey mom," I've never said, "Hey mom, it's John Martin." I just called you mom. I don't need to say my full name.
Yes, yeah, I had never heard that.
Oh yeah, there was.
Like I said, I'm in like a time zone because it was like, it's like talk about 9/11. All I remember is the day of and like that short time after, because
Like-
then it just kind of goes blank for me. It's just like a lot of this because I didn't dig into this, so I didn't chase everything.
The Shanksville, the Pennsylvania crash. There's some shady shit with that too. Where are the body parts? Where are the plane parts? I mean, now we're not
They
making. Oh
assembled
yeah,
that whole plane.
it hit the grain. It hit the ground, and disintegrated. That's all horseshit, bro. We've got actual video footages of
They got out
planes.
there and collected it all, Ghost, and reassembled it.
We've
in a
got
hangar.
video footage of planes flying into mountains, and there's big, huge peaches left, and there's body parts left at full speed, just flying into a mountain in a fog bank
I
at
got
full
you.
speed.
There
Not
was
hitting
there
the
too. I
ground.
mean, there might not be. That might be the whole thing that's been brain jacked into people now. But I remember they went out there. The FFA actually gathered the pieces. They reassembled that plane in a hangar. It
What,
was
Flight
covered
93?
news. There was the whole rope thing. There was cameras there all the time as they redid this. There were the people that were gathered, the family members going out to the field.
I never researched the whole Flight 93 deal.
Oh, that
much.
was just the
I
stuff
got
right after I remember.
turned off
Just
on
this
it.
is what's
I
being
could
put
be
on
wrong
screen.
on that deal, but I'm just saying the whole situation it's shady as shit to me. It just
They
doesn't make any
planted
sense.
a tree for every victim of Flight 93 out in that Pennsylvania field Now, I do think that some planes were involved in all of this, but I also think there was some controlled demolition as well. And I watched it live, and I remember through the course of just that day, the footage changing in some weird ways. And at that time, I wasn't fully like informed. Now, one of the main red flags to me is the Pentagon. I have been there. I have been to that building. I've been all over DC. The trajectory that the footage we've gotten from the Pentagon, the trajectory that we're shown makes no sense whatsoever. A commercial aircraft would never be able to fly the way that was shown going into the Pentagon.
No, the Pentagon was complete and total bullshit. That's where
It
their bullshit fell
It
apart.
was. And I have family that worked there at the time. I'm just gonna say shortly, it is bullshit. Now,
Moose fan?
my third ex-husband, when all this happened with 9/11, he went and volunteered to go to Iraq right after this. And I said, well, and I was like, dude, this is such a sham. Bush was president, all that. I was like, why are you doing this? And he says, well, I believe in the cause. And I actually have this, he sent this back to me here. Global War on Terrorism, Defending Freedom. The other side of this coin is a joint mission in the pursuit of freedom. And it's all the services, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, Marines, whatever. It's all on here, a couple of boats, what have you. Well, he went out there to Iraq for a hot minute, and he comes back. We split up very shortly within a few months of him getting back. But when he gets back, his entire perspective, it took 9 months. He gets home, and he was working in the prisons out there. I'll just leave it at that. And he was like, yeah, I went in and volunteered for this spot for under a certain premise in my mind. Now that I've been there and I see what's going on, I was a fool. And I'll leave it there. It's just being intimately connected to it. There's some things all around that whole situation. Yeah, there were planes. Yeah, there was stuff. Now, look, I worked for TWA, the airline. Now, some of you might remember TWA Flight 800. That is where the plane took off from New York, and then it just like falls out of the sky. It was full of a bunch of students from Paris. You know, everybody was like, oh my goodness, the engine blew up, you know. Well, there was a bunch of conspiracies about it being shot down by a missile. You know, there was a military base right around there, yada, yada. What's interesting is I started working for TWA about 2 or 3 months after that event. And we were handed instructions on how to handle phone calls that had either tips, like witness tips, or conspiracy theorists, or, you know, and we had a script to follow of
panic was a thing.
People like, no, that's not what you saw. This is what it was, right? And it's funny because all of us employees in the TWA call center at that time, you couldn't book your shit online. There were people that worked for the airlines like in these spots, right? Anyway, all of us employees were passing around a few banned books about what really fucking happened. And, you know, it wasn't the narrative that we were to give to the public. So there's some nuance here, and there's things I've observed in personal experience where, yes, something shady happened. Now, planes, sure. The Pentagon plane, highly unlikely with the topography and the layout of that building. You know, the other flights and whatever, I can't say. I can't say, but it does appear as a controlled demolition.
Moose, I understand Moose's passion here. It's called a pancake collapse. That's what happened. I've seen pancake collapses, and I may be completely wrong, Moose. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but every time I watch that video, when you've got a pancake collapse in 100+ stories, it multiplies. So pancake collapse means one floor is collapsing, the beam's weakened, and it's slapped down on this floor, and then the next floor, and kept going. the weight's increasing, but you're still landing on something. All the damage was up above impact. Now, granted, some fuel went down the elevator shafts. They're saying, and it weakened the stuff below. But for it to fall at damn near free fall speed, that means that it wasn't pancaking. It wasn't hitting stuff below it. Now, granted, I could be wrong. Maybe the force of the stuff hitting was increasing at the same rate that the stuff was pushing back, and it just fell at that speed. I don't know. The World Trade Center 1 and 2, it is what it is. Nobody really knows. Shit looks shady. You got squibs going off. You got people saying there were multiple explosions. You've got firefighters, people that are trained, people that deal with this on a daily basis. Well, not this on a daily basis, but major issues, saying they heard multiple fucking explosions. And you've got, forget about World Trade Center 1 and 2. Explain number 7. Explain the mayor saying, yeah, we decided to pull it.
Well, see, that's the one I can see, because that one would be the one that if your intel knows that they're planning this and you've got some shit that you need to kind of add into that mix to cover it up. It's kind of like the banker that's been scamming the top of his bank for the last year, and he's always been riding that line of getting caught, but all of a sudden he's seeing them bank robbers coming. He knows that this is his opportunity to come clean, because, hey, when this is done, it was the damn robbers took all the money, and all of a sudden what he's been doing is now covered. So I can see that.
There's too many open-ended questions. I mean, there's too many. Oh yeah, this.
Well, that's why I say focus on the victim, focus on the people that are dying to this day.
No proof on what exactly happened and how it happened. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, they're leaving all these open-ended questions for us to just hypothesize about what happened, and you're going.
Dude, with the anxiety and stress and the way that the world's going right now, it just picks up speed.
These are the only 2 steel reinforced buildings in the history of the fucking world that have collapsed from a fire. There was a building in Brazil that burned for 2 goddamn weeks.
But do you know how many times I've heard people, engineers, and go, we've never seen that happen.
It had office furniture, plastic, sheetrock, all that chemical stuff in this fucking building, and it burned for 2 fucking weeks. And it's still up to this day, because after they put the fire out, they went and ripped the shit out and built new shit. I mean, these are the only 2 steel reinforced concrete buildings in the history of the fucking world that collapsed from fire.
Well, then all I can say is if that was time charges through all those floors, then it is the most massive cover up by the whole city of New York, because if you discharged explosive residue coated items off the side of that building and it scattered through all that dust, after all this time, people would have been able to come up with handfuls of shit going, look at all this. This is fusing. This is the papering. This is the coating off of charges. This is because you had 100 plus floors going.
They found shitloads of tannerite residue.
You're talking over 100 stories on all 4 corners if you're going off the shape charges.
The problem is everything was roped off. All the cleanup got put on the barges and shipped to China. Like all the steel.
Yeah, but this is stuff that would have been blown in. I mean, you're talking it would have been just like with the dust. So people would have literally had scrap pieces of that shit in their pockets or in their hair and stuff.
Yeah, but it's got to be a government company that's or a government news agency.
But that's what I'm saying. It'd be almost the whole city of New York. You're talking about a whole tower that went on all 4 corners, on all sides, going boom, 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 blowing this stuff out in an umbrella case all out before even the dust came. So then people would have pieces. That's why
people told not to go to work that day.
For the first 90 days or 6 months after this happened, we were all patriotic Americans. We weren't second guessing shit. We were just trying to kill people with rags on their head. Because
you could probably go to New York somewhere and still find a crevice that has powder from that stuff in it, though.
Probably.
I think it was an acceptable risk that for the overall, if this agenda is that big, where it was a controlled demo, then a certain amount of people dying is an acceptable risk. And
I've heard so many engineers say we've never even begun to that. How did that even happen? Hell, I watched an oil rig get moved from 200 miles out in the Gulf of Mexico, and it was ended up by the time they found it, it was spinning on one leg, and they that should have never happened. That was anchored. That should have rode through that hurricane. Well, it didn't. This is how we learn the flaws of things. So it's like it's kind of you can look at that and back end it. And I don't mean to, God, I know this is going to sound like probably bad and derogatory, and I don't mean it. You can look at that and then now say, well, I've heard this, and you can take that story and make it fit that, because you can't do anything about history. You can't go back to well, let me see that again. to prove. So whatever you hear now, and if you hear enough of it, that's, I can see it totally, because I think that's why I get separated sometimes with a lot of this stuff is because right at that time, my kids were little, life was kind of peaking, and like when that happened, firefighting down here, it kind of had a different emotional effect. So it kind of was a blackout thing. And then I like put my head down and commenced to just raising my kids, go to work, do my job, put in overtime, just work. And that's what I've basically done for the last 20 years. And so then you get into some of these conversations. Well, it looks like a lot of people kept following things, and see, I didn't. I got this freeze frame from back then.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the messed up part about all this is I 1000% believe that we will never know the actual truth about what happened. But what I do know, I don't know for a fact that planes didn't cause them to fall. I don't know for a fact that they did. I don't know for a fact that there were charges. I don't know any of that, because all the evidence was shipped somewhere else out of this country to be disposed of.
But see, what we do know is people are dying right now.
The excuses that they gave us were very unacceptable, and they were very vague. You know, I mean, this is, you know, it's 2023 now. This is 2021, and we still had technology and science. The explanations could have been better. The problem is, I honestly, whether it was planes brought them down or not, Moose, I mean, for all I know, they did. I don't know. I'm not an aeronautical engineer. I don't know that. All I know is that my eyes to what I saw does not make fucking sense. Shit's missing, and we're probably never going to know the truth. If I was at the square in Dallas when Kennedy got shot, and I heard all the 6 or 7 shots in the background, and then I see on the news that there was one shooter and he pulled the trigger 3 times, I'm like, wait a minute, I heard 7 fucking shots. You know, so nothing's going to make sense. People start dying. People start disappearing. It's not on the front page of the newspaper anymore. It just gets shuffled off into nowhere land. And that's where we are with this right now. It just got shut.
We also got the circle chair that's known in a classroom. That's been around for 100 years. You whisper in this end of a circle of chairs, and by the time it gets around, it ain't got nothing to do with the story that started. It's not even connected. It's something made up. So if you take an event that's never happened to us before, and it happens, and then as it trickles out, you can just see the same thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Personally, I'm scared to death of the AI that's coming, because you see what we've been able to do with just reporters that actually want to like stand halfway in a ditch and go, "A hurricane is so bad," kind of movies. Well, all of a sudden you're going to have AI that just puts this everywhere.
It's like, Moose, I understand, Moose, you've got a friend that was a firefighter. He was there, and he said the conspiracy theories pissed him off. Well, I know people who were, I was a firefighter at this time when this happened. I was a volunteer, but I'm still a firefighter. I remember talking to people at the fire station, at the firehouse. We were fucking pissed. We were trying to volunteer and go. You know, I said, fuck it, and I re-enlisted in the military, and I went overseas and put a rifle in my hand. But the thing is, for every person that you know that says, no, it's legit, there's at least one, if not more, on the other side that say, no, this ain't legit, it's bullshit. And there's a whole bunch of people that are in the middle, because here's the problem. You know, I'm not on the opposite ends of this, Moose, or anybody else in the chat that believes the narrative. I'm not saying that the narrative is false. I'm just saying that there is not enough information to make a definitive statement. There was never enough information for us to go to fucking war. There was never enough information. And I take it personal, because I believed in it wholeheartedly, 1000%, because I'm a patriot. And I raised my hand. I said the oath again for the second time. I put on the colors. I grabbed the weapon. I got on the fucking plane, and I went over there. I fucking went over there, and myself and probably 95% of the people that I know that were over there with me are in agreement right now that we were not given the entire truth. We were lied to. The reason that we were there was another reason. Not saying that it wasn't planes that brought the building down. Not saying that they didn't follow exactly the way that you said they did. I'm saying that somebody made that call, and it's some shady shit going on, because it never should have.
There is some shady shit. Whatever the semantics are, there is shady shit.
It doesn't matter, you know.
Well, it's the war machine, and it's going to be some kind of conflict somewhere. So they gotta there's always going to be something. So that's why I said I totally am behind the whole shit, man. They could have probably bought them the computers to sit there and do the training on. I get that on the CIA with the shit the CIA's done. So I totally get that. And I think that's why I think that they knew there was people just like the shit that's going down right now. Look at what just came out now. Hell, you got the FBI that's known exactly what the Biden family's been doing for the last 10 to 15 years because they've got whistleblowers coming out going, oh no, we've been spying on the Biden family for the last 10 to 15 years. Well, okay. Well, wait a minute. I bet all the FBI didn't know that. So in every one of those, there's always those. To me, it's just that
It's complete and total fucking horseshit.
when it comes to that, why not
The
focus on the
government.
people that are still suffering to this day? But the minute
Right.
you say 9/11, everybody goes to the towers. They did this, and it's like, well, wait a minute, people are still dying. How about we do that?
Yeah, they are. You're right.
The fatherless and motherless kids and
Yep.
fucking dude.
That's-
I'll tell you one picture about 9/11 that puts tears in my eyes every
Oh,
fucking time.
people
I
jumping
see it.
out of fucking windows, dude, because it's
That-
like, what am I going to
that's-
do?
that's
You literally,
horrible. But the one picture that fucks me up every time I see it, and I don't know why, this is probably stupid as shit, but it's a picture of a parking lot at like one of the sports arenas close to there, and it was the transient parking lot where people would drive to work that worked at the World Trade Center, and they parked their cars there because they didn't have a big parking lot, and then they would get on the bus and go to work. And it was a parking lot of all the cars that people did not come back to claim after 9/11 that were just sitting in this parking lot,
oh
like
yeah,
unclaimed vehicles. And I was like, that, I don't know why, it's stupid, but it
Well,
like, it brings
the reality of
it
it.
brings it back down to reality. It's like all these people went to work and their
Well,
cars
Ron,
are still
there's-
sitting there. And then I'm
There used
going,
to be footage, and you can see clip of the footage is all else you'll find now, and it's of some firefighters in the lobby, and they talk about some debris falling out, and you can see it through the thing, some debris getting hitting the road and stuff. The footage that was cut, it came out at first, and then it was like, oh no, we can't do that, and it was actually you would see people be hitting, and that was the ones that were jumping from up top. That still. I still think about that because it's like, yeah, what do you do? Dude, you're 100 floors up. You're 80 floors up. You're 70 floors up.
Hmm.
This is it. You can't go another way, and you can't sprout wings, and it's just like, holy shit, dude.
There's no
Yeah.
question the buildings went down, people died, people suffered, people are still suffering, got diseases. People went
that's
in
a
with good
meaningful fact.
intentions to try and rescue the people that were in the mire, right? Like there's no doubt of that. The question is the intentions of how it all happened and why there was so much governmental benefit after it happened. Because right after that, what did we get? The Patriot Act. And that set off a series of motions that has put us in the quagmire we are in now. So they took advantage of a shitty situation. Now, did they force it to happen? We don't know. Did they take advantage of every second of the fallout?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. What is their phrase? Don't let a good crisis go to waste.
right,
100%. And
By the way, can I just take a moment?
Halliburton
I do want to point out real quick though, just because Milkmaid decided to chime in, and I'm sorry, but I thought this was once again somebody
She
45
was
minutes ago was going to bed.
right. She always does that. She always does that every stream.
Just
she does
wanted to
that.
point out the obvious.
No, but I'm saying, like, think about what it set in motion. We can
Yeah.
debate the conspiracy of it all day, and there's still no answer, right? But we have quantifiable results of the fallout from that
yeah.
entire event. The Patriot Act being one of the big fuck us in
I'll
the
even
ass,
go you one
balls
farther,
deep,
Roots.
no lube.
If you once you kind of look at it, because this kind of I've gotten this. See, people, if you don't, I do think of things. It's just that I'm kind of more of a, and I'm not being disrespectful, but just kind of more of a simplistic person. So to me, you can now see this go all the way back to the Clintons and the establishment of the World Trade stuff that he did.
Mhm.
I think it was the World Trade Organization is what he helped establish, or the World Trade Commission. That was it. It was the World Trade Commission.
Yep.
And you go, wait a minute, isn't that kind? And then you look into those players, into the others, the World Trade titles, and you go, okay, this was the beginning. This is when they sat at the boardroom going, we're about tired of this multi-international shit. We need to globalize this and make this easier on our money funds. And that's where the ball started. So then the war machine is like, well, we're not fixing you. We got all the dirt on you guys, dude. So you're not slowing us down. So we're either in the mix somehow. So then it's kind of constant conflict, whether it's fucking Syria, whether it's a Bosnia, whether it's Somalia, whether it's, hey, look at this shit. They just hauled some WMDs across that dike. I think we just need to go to war. It's kind of like Lindsey Graham just a few months ago going, wait a minute. Those terrorists did what to Israel? You know what we ought to do? We ought to go bomb the shit out of Syria. That's what we ought to do. Let's go bomb all their oil wells. And it's like, wait a minute, what does that have to? This is just what we ought to do. Well, wait a minute, where's all your fucking stockholders at? Oh, wait, you're in the Lockheed Raytheon category. You little shit.
Moose man, I mean, I don't want us to be on an arguing thing. I completely agree with. I understand and agree with your point of view on everything I do. But I have differing opinions. I mean, we're still good. We're still solid. And here's the thing. I am a patriot. All right. I'm to my fucking bones. I'm patriotic as shit. I'm red, white, and blue forever. The problem is I'm a patriot to my country, not to my government, because our government has proved time and time again that they are dirty, they are corrupt, and they will use us to whatever means they choose to use us to enrich themselves and to further their agenda. I'm patriotic as fuck to my country, not to my government. That's what I say.
I love my country. I despise my administration.
This whole 9/11 shit. Here's the thing. If it was complete and total 100% true, it was these guys from there, they did this, then we would have all the facts. It would be laid out. It would be historical, and it would be unquestionable. That's the issue. It's not, if you can look at the facts and you can come up with a question, then you know what? It's not undeniable. And there are way too many fucking unexplained things that people can. They hire people to say this, and there was, I mean, Jesus, how many dozens of people went to their garage and hanged themselves for no fucking apparent reason after they did an interview on TV. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying there's a lot of shit. There's some shady shit that went down. I'm still patriotic for my country, not the government. The government is fucked up and corrupt as shit. We know that. We see it every fucking day.
That's a good way to put it, to be patriotic toward your country, but not your government.
I love my country. Fuck the government. The government is nothing but crooks. It's organized crime at its best. It's huge. It's too big.
Yeah.
The government needs to be reduced by 75% overnight. 75%.
Oh, hell.
3 out of 4 motherfuckers that work in DC need to be fucking fired. The government needs to be reduced by 75% instantly, and we can get back to business, and we can have a good time and move forward. But right now, it's nothing but a corrupt system. All they do is tax. How the fuck? Please, somebody tell me how an inheritance tax got passed.
I know, right?
An inheritance. That money was earned. Taxes were paid on it. It's in the bank. It's shit that I own. I choose to give it to my kids because I died. And you're going to tax the money that I've already paid taxes on to give it to my kids. Fuck you and everything you stand for. You're a corrupt fucking system. You're a corrupt fucking government. I mean, you tax every fucking thing just to send all that money overseas somewhere else to fund another war so the military industrial complex can get more money, more money, more money. I mean, back in the old days, Davy Crockett, Daniel Boone days, it was considered a burden, it was a burden to serve in the government. It was a burden to be a senator or congressman or politician. You were called upon by the people, said, man, they elected you, you went and you served your term, and you were ready to get the fuck out of there because it was a burden.
Right. You didn't go seek it.
Well, that was a way to enrich yourself. You wake up, you go to college, you get a bullshit liberal arts degree, you decide to be a politician, you learn how to lie.
It's a trade. It's a trade, no different than a basketball player, or I want to be. And it's like, okay, you raise them to be that.
You get elected to office with $200,000 of school loan debt, and 5 years later, you're a multi-billionaire, a multi-millionaire, and you're making life decisions for me, bitch. Please, no, fuck no, backwards. It's wrong. It's not a government of the people, by the people, for the people. It's a government of people that are for themselves. We are just
the people got soft. The people got soft, and the people stopped paying attention.
Yeah, it's
I think what it is
because we
people
let
want
that
control
politics
what
become an
we do.
actual career. We
dude,
just
if it wasn't for my family in this country and my obligations to them, I would fucking seriously consider immigrating somewhere else. There's a whole bunch of land south of the border that I can probably get dirt fucking cheap. You know what I mean? Everybody's coming here from somewhere. You know, it's like this is
Okay, I've asked this question before though. Like, you're right. There's a lot of places we could all take even a small amount of money and be technically rich in their economy. And where would you go then? What
south
would
of
it
the
be?
equator.
Like what? No, but seriously, all things considered, I believe we have the best country
Oh,
on
absolutely.
the
Beyond a shadow of a
concave
doubt.
Earth.
Any if you're on the planet, if you're on this planet, the best place to be right now,
I love
as of
you.
right now today, is in the United States of America. But the
We
way
have
shit's
the best
going,
country,
with
right?
people with their fingers on the big red button, you know, if I had to choose a place to be, number one, it's going to be south of the equator because of the way the
Okay.
Earth spins, the Coriolis effect. You know, 90% of, maybe even more than 90% of the nuclear weapons on the planet are above the equator. They're in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, so you want your turds to spin a different way in the toilet. So you're going to go south of the equator.
Exactly. Well,
All right.
plus it's going to keep a majority, unless like all the nuclear weapons are released, it'll keep a majority of the bad shit above the equator. So south of the equator is going to stand a way better chance of surviving. You're going to have some fallout, some of that stuff, but south of the equator is going to be the place to be. You know, and you know, Argentina, you got the fucking earthquakes and all the crazy shit. You know, Australia's fucking everything there will kill you. You know, New Zealand's awesome, but you know, it's like I don't.
Okay, but with all of that, is there anywhere you would rather be than the United States of America? Legit, y'all, for real. Even in
Nope.
some of the shittiest states, like you
Now,
can't beat it
yeah, but
around the
here's the
world.
thing. Now, what are we talking about as far as, you know, yes,
Quality of life.
obviously the U.S. because of all the perks, you know, all the this special foo-foo shit that we get that we take for granted,
Yeah.
you know. But as far as like the one place I was on the planet that I was like, I could live here for fucking ever, even though it was fucking brutal and rough. I loved Panama.
Okay.
I was in Panama for a couple months, and it was a beautiful place, beautiful people. You know, it was just fucking amazing. It's not third world, but it's not first world. But you know, the whole, you know, internet, we're always plugged in. Everything's right here, right now. When you need it, when you don't. I mean, you know, I'm old enough where I can still remember. You know, we didn't grow a garden for fun, for extra food. We grew a garden because we had to fucking eat during the winter. You know, we raised farm animals because we had to eat during the winter. If we didn't, we would fucking die. You know what I mean? There wasn't a Walmart every 5 miles down the road. I mean, and that's the way most of the world lives, by the way. You know, so yeah, obviously
You
in the
don't just
US
have
is
the
place
Uber
to be.
driver showing up with supper.
Yeah, obviously the US is the place to be because everything's here and we don't need to want for anything. But what happens when all that shit stops? Snap of a finger, stops. CME hits. All that shit stops. Now we're forced into a third world, and here's the great part, the fucked up part: 98% of the people in this country would not survive 30 days at all. Like if a CME hit the planet, the entire planet tomorrow, the United States of America, the most technologically advanced, superior country on the planet, would go from number one to we would go from the top of the list to the bottom of the list like that, because the rest of the planet that aren't in our specific special area, they know how to grow food. They know how to get water. They know how to clean water. They know how to take care of themselves. They know how to do basic first. They know how to do all these things that you need to do to keep you alive. Here in America, we take it for granted. Somebody else does it for us. We just pick up the phone, you know, do the whole swipey, and somebody comes and does it for us.
It
If
would
all
definitely
that shit
thin the
stopped
herd.
tomorrow, we go from number one to the bottom of the list, quick, like overnight. We go from a superpower to the fucking asshole of the planet in the snap of a finger.
Well, that's fixing to happen before long.
Simply
Right now.
because we are the best. We are number one on the entire fucking globe right now. And if the CME hit tomorrow and electricity and all that shit stops, we are done. This is like the asshole of the planet. Somebody else is going to move in and take it over and do it the right way. Like
I don't think we're the asshole of the planet.
Oh.
I could think of other
I said
places. but I
after
won't
a
name them
CME,
so it's
after
not
a
rude,
CME
okay?
hit, after a coronal mass ejection hit, the grid goes down. We're done. America's fucking done.
Well, I don't know though. I think that would be a chance for us to reset, because then that means it's affecting the other countries the same way. So then they're going to be reset back.
Oh no, it's affecting other countries, but not the same way. Like Europe, you know, France, places like that, it's going to be affecting them the same way. Brazil, Argentina,
Europe, I could see almost going
Africa,
like
the entire
extinct.
fucking continent of Africa is not. If a CME goes off tomorrow, the entire continent of Africa is not going to fucking know about it unless somebody goes and tells them. Like literally, they won't even fucking
There's
know.
some truth to that. Yeah, certain
When somebody
places
goes
don't
and says,
want
"Hey,
it.
oh, by the way, you know, the world fucking ended," they're gonna
So
really,
no change to the stratosphere,
Right,
atmosphere,
no
nothing.
change at all. It's just-
they're gonna be fine. Look, when everything goes to shit, Africa is gonna be the world superpower. Africa
that
is
Kenyan
poised
prince
to
will
take
not be
over
getting his
the
deposit.
fucking planet. They have all the minerals. Africa. I'm telling you, people laugh at me when I say it, but like the place to be is fucking.
And that
Africa.
means China, because China has been so embedded over there.
They were, until a couple months ago when all these African countries, they elected that young president. He told everybody, get the fuck out. We don't want your help. We don't want your fucking money. We're our own country. Yeah, like dude, Africa, I'm telling you, they're not talking about it on the news. Dude, Africa is like, that's like, yeah, that's some shit going down. And they're getting their fucking ducks in a row. And they got the people. They don't need all this technological bullshit. We need to survive. They're used to just fucking going and doing the damn thing. And they're tired of being taken advantage of. They're tired of, you know, China and us and everybody else abusing them for the minerals and the shit for the batteries, all that
No,
stuff.
come on, Ghost. You know, all that means is, I mean, yeah, at some point they're going to wake up and they'll stop getting played. All it means is the next hustler that goes in there is just going to be a little slicker on the game, because they're just starting to wake up that they've been getting scammed. So it's going to have to change the gift to give. It's kind of what's been happening to us for a couple hundred years.
But that is if you need somebody else to come in there and do that. If they come to the realization that they have everything they need right where they are and they don't need anybody else's help.
But see, you do, because international trade, unless you've got foundries and the plants and everything,
Supply and demand. It don't make a fuck about the fact if I have all the shit you need to make your shit work.
Yeah, but you can now, but keep in mind, you can only buck the system to a certain point before you're going to have to do the engagement thing. Well, if you do have China going, hey, we really wanted that shit, and they're going, no, and you're going, look, man, we're offering you this, and they go up to a certain amount of money, and at some point, China goes, so no money, no money, and then it's like they just kill your happy ass and take your shit.
But then think about this,
because they have no power.
If this spot, they got power. They got like the power of the people. They got a lot of motherfuckers. And it's, look, when you look on a map, at the map of Africa, especially on the globe.
Point out, what's the population of Africa, by the way?
A lot. Like a lot. I don't know how many.
Like, is it several hundred millions, or are we talking just like
absolutely.
100 million?
Several hundred million. I don't know the exact population.
I'm gonna ask Mr. McJugle.
I want to say it's probably it's
like 700-800 type thing. They're on up there.
Yeah, I think they're on. I think they're way higher up. I would think. But the thing is, they've got the land, and when you look at a globe map of Africa, that's not the actual when you look at a map of Africa on the wall in school, that's not the actual size of Africa. It's massive. It's like insanely huge. But on the map they show you in school, it looks smaller because it's on a flat map, you know, a left or right flat map. But like, if I have all the shit that you need, and you're China, and I have all the shit that you need, and you're USA, and you're Russia, everybody wants the shit that I got. So if China's threatening to invade me, then guess what? Everybody else is not going to want to let China invade me because they want the shit that I got. supply and demand. If I've got what you want, and
So
you motherfuckers can't agree, then
1.4
it's a
billion.
whole. It's a
Can I
whole.
interrupt right quick, please? I am
Absolutely.
blown away right now because I did not expect this at all. The population of Africa as of 2019 is estimated at 1.3 billion.
Telling you, Africa ain't
I
no
did
joke.
not
Oh,
expect that number.
Miss
I
Sharon's
did
got
not expect
1.4, and then Rabbit's got 1.4. It's apparently the second
Okay.
largest.
They're probably close to
No,
about
second.
1.8 right now. They're probably
That's
approaching 2 billion.
crazy.
I don't know. They might be down to about 1.2 million by now because they might have some over here.
They're,
That's way more than I
I'm
thought.
telling you right now, write it down on a piece of paper and get in
Yeah.
your time machine and go forward 100 years from now.
Stop it.
Africa is the birthplace of humanity. Africa is where we came from. Africa will be in charge of the entire fucking planet. I'm telling you right now, Africa will be the world superpower. It will.
I
That
think
is
it'll
where
be Asia.
that is where the entire world will literally. Everything comes full circle. We started there, we'll end there. That's where it's all going to come around. I'm just telling you. I don't know why. I've never been to Africa other than Egypt, but I'm just saying. I mean, there's man, and if the poles shift, Africa is going to be fine because of the way it's situated. If the poles shift 90 degrees, everything stays the same. It just shifts. The middle is going to be the middle. I don't know why. I'm just telling you, this is just me for some stupid reason. Africa, all the minerals, everything. There's a
we've
reason
got all that here too.
There's a reason Africa has been raped for the last 100 or so years for their minerals and diamonds and all this stuff. It's fucking.
But it's the same thing we did. It's the same thing we did here. We came in the Northeast, and as we came along, and when all of a sudden they found that shit over there on the West Coast, and we had that nice, good, famous gold rush shit, because everybody ran for the masses. The only thing that kept us is we weren't just churned loose over here. And over there, they were just loose, and it was just a tribal kind of thing existence. So they were able, you have a societal type governments come in. Well, see, we broke free from one is what makes us different. We weren't just, that's the Indians were doing the Africa thing, and it didn't work out. And just like if somebody wanted to go over there, it could not work out for them. And I think it's we had a changing of the world wars is what saved the grace, because then all of a sudden we decided on this. Somehow we come up with this agreement that we weren't going to go kill everybody, but yet we still kept killing everybody. But we just said we didn't kill everybody. I don't know how that works out, but it did.
I mean, if I had zero responsibilities and zero ties to anything here in the States, I would move to Africa tomorrow. Like legit.
Dude, there's a lot of them people over there scared. Bill Gates and his wife scared the shit out of them.
And on the Bible, I would be in Africa tomorrow. Like
I would not go to freaking Africa. I would not go anywhere. I would stay right here in the U.S.
The only place that I would consider going,
Alaska. Like
my number 2 from Africa would be Brazil, really close to the rainforest. My number 3 would be New Zealand. Actually, my number 2 would be New Zealand. My number 3 would be Brazil.
I could see on the American continent, somewhere in South America, perhaps. I could see that. I could also see myself going to Japan. I've been there before a couple of times. My blood is there. So I could see myself finding like a niche somewhere in Japan and going there.
I would love to live in Japan. The problem is they have nothing. I mean, it's a fucking island. It's overpopulated. So in the SHTF situation, Japan is not where the fuck I want to be.
Is that Japan? Is that pre or post China conflict?
Don't get me wrong. I think Japan culturally, I think Japan is probably on it's ranked number 1 on any place on the planet I would want to be to just live in harmony would be Japan. Japan is like fucking awesome. Like,
Dude, why do you think they made him military? Because they're even nervous because they know that we decide to fall and we get over their neighbor right there. Talk about having to live under fear, dude. You got like a neighbor right there that just wants to knock your head off. It's
right.
like,
I think
yeah.
Japan is awesome. The shit part, the fucked up part is they're on an island. They're on the edge of one of the tectonic plates. They get earthquakes and fucking volcanoes and shit like nobody's fucking business. They're on the Pacific Rim, which is bad news for SHTF. But like in a perfect world, if there wouldn't be any issues, yeah, I would live and die in Japan the rest of my life. Just their culture is fucking amazing. But
One
as
of
far
the
as
things
like,
that I've decided is that I'm not going to run away from Mother Nature. People bitch about Yellowstone or the fault lines here and there, and I live on a fault line. You know, there's fault lines all over the globe. I think it's futile to run from volcanoes, earthquakes, and fault lines. I just do.
I agree. I mean, I agree. It's futile unless
USA is the place to be.
you have an option. I mean, you know, I'm just saying hypothetically, if I'm looking at the planet and I'm coming as an alien, but I know everything about the tectonics about the planet. Where would I choose? If I was in orbit in a spaceship looking down at the planet and I had access to all the knowledge of the planet, political, religion, you know, the geography, the tectonics, the whole. If I had all the knowledge of the entire planet and I had to pick a spot to live, okay.
Yep.
Number one would be the USA right now, just economically because it's the best place to live for all the fancy foo shit. But if all that went away, like if there was like a complete global fucking breakdown of everything, I want to be in a place that has the most area that I could stand a chance of going days without seeing a person. That would be Africa. Even though it's almost 2 billion people, it's fucking massive. I would choose Africa. Simply because you've got mountains, you've got plains, you've got deserts, you've got every single thing you want. You got hot areas, you got cold areas, you got it all. But
Sounds like here.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying Africa. I would be in Africa. I would definitely be in Africa, period. That's my first choice. But what are you gonna do? It is what it is.
Hey, when it happens, if it happens, it happens.
Mm-hmm. I would definitely choose Africa, just because it's fucking massive.
I'd have to decide afterwards.
Massive. Once you go Africa, you never go back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, Rusty.
And there are massive people coming out of there for a reason.
Right?
Yeah. Look, I don't have a choice. I just wouldn't make one.
I think I'm gonna stick a fork in this one and get off here and get me some supper and maybe watch. I think I'm gonna go watch John Carter or Kong versus Godzilla to see the Hollow Earth. Damn, Bruce is like Hutch. She's like, see ya.
That's it. Hey, later, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Anytime. See you next week.
Got it. Later, chat.
Brother. All right, everybody in the chat, all you members, I appreciate your support. You know, as always, you guys are awesome. I appreciate it. And I'm going to get off here and get as drunk as I can before I have to get up and go print some more shirts and, you know, do the damn thing. But thank you, everybody. Congratulations to the winners. Angela B., you got a shirt from Southern Fried, shipping included. Terry Johnson, you got one from me. Fish Sticks, Doc Mac, congratulations. You guys make sure you email me. I need to know what design you want, what size you want, what color you want, and if you want the ink color changed or whatever, let me know. I'll send you a code for your $15 off and order it up. I'll print it up. I'll mail it out. And we will talk to you guys later. And G-Mon Anna, I see tomorrow's Sunday. I've got to do the front of your shirts. I should have you a test print by Tuesday or Wednesday at the latest. I have your test print because I'm having to get the rest of the stuff done first, because when I do yours, it takes up the entire machine. So I need like all 4 prints on the machine to do your stuff. So when I load it and line everything up, I need to print all your shirts at once, because if I move anything, the alignment's going to change. So yeah, so your stuff, I have to get everything else out of the way. I'm gonna do your stuff. It'll take me a day and a half to do all your stuff, and for you and for everybody else, it's sort of your stuff. So yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'll have you a test print, hopefully, and then I'll have your stuff in the mail by the weekend. All of it, I hope. Thank you guys, and I appreciate your support. I'll see you Monday night. Papa's Farm is going live, I believe, at 8 o'clock on Monday. Could be wrong. It might be 8:30, might be 9, but I know he does it on Monday. And then Thursday, Native Voice will be hot at 8 o'clock, 8:05 on Thursday. And then I'll see you the following Saturday, and we'll do this all again. I appreciate your support, and I will talk to you guys later. Y'all have a good one. Good night.